Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Rising up, back on the street. In my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivors don't sit praying the night. And he's watching us all in the eye. Face to face, out in the heat. Hanging tough, saying hungry. They stack the odds till we get to the street. Oh, kill with the skill to survive. Eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stops his prey in the night.
Okay, so you're hearing me cough, right? I turned on my mic and I had a cough. Anyways, hello, criming shame salutes, especially MDL over there, and everybody else. And Ben, you're the biggest salute of them all on there. Stop flirting with me already, Ben. So, anyways, so I'm sitting there typing back to Ben, and all of a sudden it said poll ended, and I'm like, wait, Ben. Anyways, happy Thursday, everybody. And Melissa's here with us today, and well, obviously Sebastian Rogers. It's what we're going to be talking about. Put on closed captions. No. Well, I will for videos for Charlie out there, or all the other people. But anyways, hey Melissa, how are you?
I'm here.
So she's here, present. Streamlabs is here too. Yeah. So Melissa, I guess you're having, like I said, a rougher day today. Sounds like.
Yeah, it's not feeling real. I'm kind of nauseous and got a migraine and just hurting.
Well, the nauseousness is because of Ben. Excuse him for today on that one.
Is that what that is?
Hi, Victoria. Hi. It is, and I'm sorry. You sometimes make me up, Chuck, in a good way. but a good way was when when I think about Ben. I miss Dog Lover. Well, she's the top salute. Yeah. Too late. He says he's a blute. Anyways, you guys, to be honest with you, I want to go over a bunch of stuff today. Now, the story of Pinocchio. Pinocchio, as it probably should be, I suppose, on this one. Um, I know that there was a few people throughout the time that kept saying this name, Yada, in the chat. Kind of totally forgot about it, to be honest with you. And I've seen it for the first time yesterday, the interview on Bullhorn and Betty's channel with Yada. And I was like, this lady she's one smart whip cookie. And I'll stroke my own ego there because I think anyone else that actually has seen that, she's right on point with, I think, pretty much what all the different things. Like, honestly, it's like someone being in my brain and saying the same things and catching the same things. But she's really a very bright lady. But so anyone else that kind of has obviously caught on to those things as well, when you listen to the Proudfoots or whatever and stuff like that. But I found it very interesting. And you said you'd only listen to 5 minutes of that interview, correct?
Yeah, I think I got to the introduction part, and I was like, yeah, this is not as important as going through the interviews of the Proudfoots and Seth, so I just stopped watching it.
Yeah. So I'm going to disagree on that. Now that I listen to it, I think you're going to really enjoy it. I spent the last minute trying to get, the hiccups. Okay, let me just tell you, okay, and this is just a free tip. Apple cider vinegar. 1 swig, hiccups gone. Just saying, okay? Apple cider
Drink
vinegar.
upside down.
Eh? No.
If
Don't
you
listen to
drink
that.
backwards, you tilt your head forwards and you take a drink and they're gone. Tastes a whole lot better than apple cider vinegar.
No way. Apple cider vinegar, 1 swig, gone. If you have heartburn and just apple cider vinegar, gone. Hello. So that's my tip. The upside down stuff, I mean, if you're acrobatic or whatever, feel free. But I'd rather just take a swig and gone, not do a, like a upside down shot type of thing. Maybe in a different environment, sure. Ben, I tried that, but okay. anyways, welcome you guys. So again, hi Victoria, Miss Dog Lover. Melissa's in the house, which is American Justice. And it's seeing the same names. Mama of Five's in the house. Hi Mama of Five. Sharon Parker. Hi beautiful Sharon. And let's see, is anybody else? Same people. Yeah. If we were a drama channel, we'd at least have about 1,000 to 1,500 people in here right now. But because we're not, we don't, and that's fine with me. It's actually sad that it's twisted that way now that I think about that, I guess we got to add more drama to the channel, not. But anyways, let's just, what? The focus is Sebastian Rogers, what happened to Sebastian Rogers, anything that comes out, with regards to Sebastian Rogers, to try to, understand the possibilities of where this child might be, what happened to him, how did he leave? I guess that's the $1 million question, isn't it, Chris? Well, one of them anyway, because I think there was 2. Hi, Dee Marie, how are you? Okay. We're a channel of invalids. Yeah. Bunch of rejects over here. No, just kidding. Anyways, so again,
I think she meant invalids.
Hey?
Not invalids. I think she means invalids.
Oh.
With all of our health issues.
Oh, invalids. Yeah? Not invalids, invalids. Oh, support with Steffa, Ben. If I catch you in support with Steffa flirting during this live, honestly, Steffa can have you. Stop it now, okay? Well, whatever, right? Anyways.
We're a bunch of invalid invalids, okay?
Invalid invalids. Yeah. Hi, Elaine. How are you? And exactly. Green hearts for Sebastian. You guys obviously know, like I said, Seth was on the Lore Lodge and we talked about that. you know, the other day and stuff like that. Again, just information, right? None of the drama crap. Howdy, Travis. I mean, Travis, actually, he's the biggest salute of this channel, actually. Sorry, Miss Dog Lover, move over. Travis is here. He's the biggest salute. He's a lawyer out of Texas over there. Been following the Delphi case. Sometimes he stalks us on this channel, you know, but I'm not going to press
I
anyone.
have
I'm
a
not going to play any.
question for Travis.
For a fee. He probably charges a fee, to be honest with you, for the answer. You can ask him the question, but yeah. Anyways, okay. Put out your question and then we'll get rolling here.
So
Wait,
something that has been bothering me,
is it Delphi or to do with this case?
Sebastian.
Okay.
So something that's been bothering me, Travis, and you're on the law side of it, so maybe you can and maybe you can't answer this. But can they not get either Katie or Chris? Katie would be my number one for medical neglect, or even Chris for CA, and Katie for neglect for letting it happen while we're waiting to find his body. Or
Stop saying body. Stop
I
saying
said
body.
or him.
Yeah, I know, but
I
you
say
said
it
body
both
first.
ways. Okay, until we wait to find Sebastian. There we go. That puts it either way.
There we go. Okay. So if you know the answer to that, Travis, you know, help poor Melissa out there. Got a hair on my face on there. Okay. So Sebastian Rogers, you guys obviously, most of you guys know by now that the vigil is Katie and Christopher, just so you know, there's a vigil. You might consider attending it. It's on Saturday, March 1st, 2025. Just saying. I don't know, Katie. Could be your son, might not be. I'm not sure. But anyways, if you have time for your son, it's on Saturday, March 1st, 2025 at 2 p.m. On the, let's see here. What? I got to find my page. Here we go.
And I just want to add to that, Sonny. Seth invited them personally on a YouTube channel. While you're going over this, I'll see if I can't find that for you.
Oh, did he now? Well, there you go. See? You know, I mean, I think everyone's inviting you to the video. Feel free, no charge whatsoever. You know, even if you just make an appearance, it's better than nothing. But anyway, so in all seriousness, of course, please join us as they ask for prayers and strength for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, his loved ones, and most importantly, law enforcement in Sumner County as they move towards the 1 year. And the 1 year, you guys, as you know, is in 5 days. I know it's unbelievable that we're saying it's a year in 5 days. It is crazy because honestly, if I was to just to kind of like my brain in a second, I'd say 3-4 months, you know, but it's been literally a year. I can't like it's just gone whoosh so fast, you know, a year and still, you know, no knowledge of anything to do with Sebastian Rogers. Hi, Andy from Toronto, or I should say Ontario. Are you in Toronto? I said Toronto, Ontario, because that's what I think about first. But anyways, hi, Andy. Vancouver, British Columbia on here. And then, of course, Indiana down there. Okay, so basically, I think most of us know is that with the Proudfoot side of everything, that there's just so much lies and inconsistency whenever they told the story. It's always very striking to me that kind of like, right, when you're telling the truth, you don't even need to think about it because you're just telling the truth and you don't have to think about what to say. So when you're talking about it, sure, you might skip a few little details here and there, but for the gist of it, when you're asked, especially in interviews, you know, things like forgetting about that Katie got into her vehicle on the car ride, like in that WSMV video, it's kind of like, again, well, actually, we're going to get into that part in just a second again. Travis says, I'll try. Son the DNA. Wait, what? Son the DNA in the county can indict a ham sandwich. Could probably indict them. Proud foofs have some neglect. But most statutes require some sort of injure injury to be proven on there. So, and hello everyone. Okay, so a lot of what we're going to go over today will be the Yada interview, because Melissa's only heard 5 minutes, and honestly, I thought it was a really great interview once I actually listened to it. And I know I've been told to listen. Oh my goodness, there's another salute. A high-ranking one right
I
there.
sent you the screenshot.
Okay. I'm sick and tired of Facebook telling me to refresh my page. Waiting for this message, it says. Refresh. Freaking this whole syncing stuff just isn't working for me. I keep having a freaking hair in my face. It's, yeah, it literally says, Melissa, waiting for this message. This might take a while. And yet it keeps asking me to refresh. Whatever. Let me just hit refresh on it. Okay. Anyways, as we do that, I want to play this again because this one really bugs me about how this especially was said. And I noticed that Yada, like this, a lot of the same ones that, things that just didn't make sense. But really, I still really enjoyed that interview. I thought it was really good, actually. And I think Bullhorn Betty did a good job on that one for sure. She looked really good too. She did. Did remind someone said it looked like someone reporting the news and stuff like that on there. Okay, let me just quickly find it. Okay, so this is the one about about talking about that morning. Okay, in the first part of this, it's about Christopher saying he called right then and there. Huge difference than Katie getting into a car, driving around for a bit, and then a call comes in. Huge difference. But anyways, let me play that. Okay, so stops. Wait, whoops. Hi. I gotta play video file. My bad. I was sharing it, but I wasn't sharing it the right way. Okay, come on. Where are you? Oh, right here. This one. Okay.
Used. Like, where the F is he,
Oh, Bossy. I see you.
I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But, after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on, and he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house, and 20 days later we haven't found him.
06 something in the morning, wife tells me it's missing. So I, whatever. And told her to look this place and this place. She says not there, but she's freaking out. I said, all right, well, hang tight. I'm going to call law enforcement, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I called the sheriff's department. Within probably 10 minutes of the call going out, units responded.
Mm-hmm.
First couple units that got there, I was not there when this took place. I just happened to know because I was on the phone the whole time and heard everybody.
Bad. Okay. So again, right then and there, but let me stop this for a second, and I want to go back to this interview here. Now, this interview actually, I was stopping it here for this reason, but when they talk about that on this one. So now I got to find it because I wasn't prepared to use this one.
So what's going through
One sec.
both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, oh, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner.
Not a runner. Doesn't
He's
run.
never run away before.
That's not the part that I want, though.
I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
Of course you do. Of course you do, because he probably
He's a
did.
good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Sorry, guys. I want to go to the part where
On internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel it right now.
Shoot. I wish I could
About-
F in this one.
3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my
Oh,
husband.
there we
I
go.
said, I can't find him.
See here, right here.
He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. Okay, point there was, again, right? Is that right then and there, he called 911, right then and there. So how does that change to Katie was driving? So how come in this interview, and this is just one of many, guys, but how come in this interview, it wasn't like, I mean, how hard was it to say, because if it's true that Katie looked around the house, got into her vehicle, why is she not saying that here at all about getting into the vehicle? It takes up until Chronicles of Olivia. And then all of a sudden, but Christopher asked if he was behind the bed, blah, blah, blah. I said, hold on, everyone. Christopher Proudfoot's here. I'm going to call the sheriff's office right then and there, right? And that's why you're led to believe, because you don't know what's the truth here or not, but we know what time the call came in. But it's kind of like right then and there, and within a few minutes flat, the police were right there, all lined up. It's a far cry different than driving around. Then she's so hysterical that she's muted, and Christopher Proudfoot's calling the sheriff's office. But here, it's like, so right then and there. Why? So, Melissa, right? This really bugs me, this part, because it's just one of many inconsistencies. But this one really bugs me because there's a difference between then and there. And then to sit here during this interview for like the first one that we're actually seeing your fug mugs there, and then to sit there and say, not to even include the fact that, Katie, was driving around, that's when we three-way called. I said, I was going to call the sheriff's office because she was in hysterics. None of that even being said in this interview whatsoever. It gets inserted later, like the thud. But anyway, so does this bug you guys, this part? Like if this stick out to you, because it sure stick out to Yada too.
I mean, it sticks out to me that the changing of when they called the sheriff's department. But another thing that sticks out to me in all of these interviews, after kind of sitting here and thinking on it, is when she describes that Sebastian came out and he says, I love you, mama, and I love you, puppies, and then he goes to bed, right?
Yeah.
Not one time has she ever said, and if somebody can point it out to me where she said it, please do, because not one time have I ever heard her say, and I said, I love you, good night, or I love you back. Ever.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think you're going to really like Yada's interview. Okay, so that's one of multiple things that bugged me. Actually, the other one that has bugged me a lot as well is the video file. One sec. Is this whole crap on why Christopher Proudfoot said he couldn't talk. 1 second. It was right beside it. Too many videos. This one right here.
said on the Nancy Grace show that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the
No, I
exact
said I
verbiage.
couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm
Oh, okay.
still not going
Okay.
to tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is
I'm
one
teasing.
thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that in an interview a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Law
Now,
enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
again, so that's yes, I did see Sebastian, or he did see Sebastian when he came home. Well, there's no coming home to see Sebastian if the next time he came home was when Sebastian was missing. So again, to me, these are just those slip-ups that they're making of all this. So showing you that, again, just lots of food for thought on where this truth lies. You know, if there's one thing that probably bugs me about this case somewhat, is when, say, Christopher Provost, and including Seth, is sometimes when they say like this has nothing to do with Sebastian missing, and a lot of it actually truly does, right? Okay, now bringing into the drama of it doesn't matter, but knowing Sebastian's lifestyle and the things that Sebastian went through, what he was going through, whether that was through Christopher Proudfoot saying it, the neighbor saying it, you know, family members saying it, etc., Seth saying it, right? All that stuff gives you insight into, okay, did this child leave the house on his own accord because, you know, without his shoes and without anything else? Did this child, right, get taken out of the house by vehicle? It just, those are the things that make a difference, because in order to understand why Sebastian disappeared, you have to understand what he was going through, and, you know, to at least try to understand it better. And I think on the Lore Lodge, we had a lot more insight, because I know on Web Sleuths, right, Melissa, when they were talking about that the last 3 months, especially, that a lot of stuff was going on in Sebastian's life, but a lot of us didn't really know what was going on. But Seth Rogers on the Lore, you know, basically was talking about that. Actually, I'll get you to talk about that part quickly if you don't mind, because it was getting a little confusing with, you know, he said 2003, then Tony corrects him and says 2022, that this happened. So can you just go through that a little bit more with us, Melissa?
So I had to watch that several times, and I had to rewind, and then I put on the transcript and everything. So from what I can tell, do you want me to go over the timeline that I was able to come up with off of that?
Yeah, do you want me to show it?
You can if you want, or I can just talk about it. But I kind of worked somewhat backwards in a way. So we know the 2023-2024 school year is when he was with the Proudfoots, when he went missing, and he was going to be moving in with Seth. I didn't put this in the document. I've thought about it. I just haven't done it yet. So in 2022, there was the initial talk of Sebastian moving in with Seth, and that happened via phone call to Seth. And the first CPS report was filed on or around that same time as that phone call. So then the 2022-2023 school year, after that phone call, Seth started looking into enrolling Sebastian into the online school, and there was a 6-month wait list. And the first CPS report was filed in December of 2022. And then because there was a 6-month wait list, there was some talk of putting Sebastian into a facility. Sebastian's behavior got back on track, so he returned to Beach High School. So then in the 23-24 school year, things got worse at the house, which affected Sebastian's behavior at school. Seth was still waiting for the school to confirm to him that Sebastian was enrolled. Katie and Chris told Seth that they were at their wits' end with Sebastian, and he needed to go somewhere. They were not willing to wait until May, which is when he was to move in with Seth. So Katie Proudfoot had talked again about putting Sebastian in a facility in November of 2023. So what? November, December, January, 3 months before Sebastian went missing. Katie Proudfoot said she was at her wit's end. Sebastian needed to go. They were going to put him in a facility. To which Seth said, no, you're not, because that facility is known for a child dying, getting hurt, and abused. And I have narrowed it down to 2 different facilities in the Nashville area that deal with autism that have had a death in their facility and abuse in their facility. So I'm not sure which one that is. And then, of course, as we know, he went missing February 25th of 2024, 3 months after it was said that she was at her wit's end and needed to essentially get rid of Sebastian.
Okay. Right. And I think that was a huge, like, there was a few little eye openers there for sure. That was definitely one of them for me. I bet it was with a lot of people as well. Just, hearing about all that was transpiring, with Sebastian and stuff like that for sure. Thanks, Melissa. Now, I was happening to watch, if you guys don't know, it's called The Reporter Room. I'm sure most of you do. Or if you don't, this is her channel is called The Reporter Room. And this is, again, right, she was kind of, like, I only caught, like, a little bit of this. And then it was about, like, the lies. Now, I want to see if I started it where she was talking
in February. Now, I don't know.
Let me see here. Because her clips were kind of messing up. Let's see here.
If Chris Proudfoot was home in February or not. What I do know is that I don't believe anything that Chris Proudfoot tells us.
Maybe I'm
we can't take him at his word, because he's told different stories to different people. And this is important. This is important.
Let's go back.
See what happened there.
I think she her thing kind of messes up.
You guys can hear this. I'm going to play it and just go back to you. Can you guys hear this now?
What did he lie about?
Can you hear this?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something.
Can you hear the videotape?
Majority where his issues lie.
Can you hear it now?
When was this? Saying that, but
you hear it?
Years ago, ma'am.
Yes, we hear it.
Yes.
Any idea how many?
All right.
3, 10, 1.
It probably at least 3 years.
Okay, so let me just go back and redo this. I don't know what happened. Sometimes that happened to me yesterday too. When I was trying to play a video. Okay, so
she was having
issues. You can hear me. So what I'm doing is I'm juxtaposing what Chris told Nancy Grace versus what PI Heather said versus what Chris told Smiley. All right, so let's play this little part. Let's play this bit, and then we're going to talk about Amber Alert and that this is significant.
Yes, in the shape of a heart. Almost all of us have, yeah.
But but let's listen into this part.
All right.
Hit him with a belt.
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
Hey, have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's
I've had
hard.
it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states,
Mhm.
New Mexico and Tennessee.
Okay, so there you go. He's had CPS called on him in 2 states. So that's completely different than what he told Nancy Grace, right? And he also is going to admit that this is in relation to.
And and that, did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee, ma'am. And
Okay.
in fact, Sebastian here, I'll just, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to
So again, it's her live, guys.
school one day because he.
And I disagree. I think he does have something to Grace about this and telling different stories to different people if he didn't have
got in
anything
trouble.
to
He didn't
hide.
have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And
So remember, a minute ago, he just told Nancy Grace this was not in relation to the belt incident, that it was 3 years ago. And now he's admitting he has CPS reports in 2 states, Tennessee and New Mexico. And now he's admitting that it was related to the belt. And he's going to admit that Sebastian was 15, which means it's not 3 years ago because Sebastian would have been 11 or 12 back then. It's recent.
he got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher, they're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it.
Mhm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child.
Okay, so he admits that Sebastian is 15. So this isn't 3 years ago. This isn't some old incident. This is when Sebastian is 15 years old. So he just slipped up and admitted that this is when Sebastian was 15. So now let me play Heather because she says it happened very recently. Can
We
you guys
know
hear this?
that Chris Profit was in the middle of a custody battle with his ex-wife.
Can you guys
We
hear
know
this
that the
okay?
daughter did visit over Christmas break. We know that Sebastian was with Seth during that time.
Can you guys hear this okay? I just want to make sure I'm not playing something you guys can hear. Yes? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, good. Okay, great. All right, so that makes me feel better. All right, let me continue on here. Sorry, I'm so sorry about the sound issues the other day. This happened to me the other day too. I'm so sorry
We
about the sound
know
issues today.
that there was a DCS referral in, I believe, February to the staff.
So Sebastian went missing in February. Chris Proudfoot claims, we don't know if this is true or not. He claims he went for the whole month of February. Now, we don't know if that's anything Chris Proudfoot is true. All right. He lies, allegedly, in my opinion.
He
He's
lies.
been caught out lying.
Absolutely.
Stafford
Fran.
home. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time. I know Seth has tried to find out more about that call and he has been unsuccessful in doing so.
And in my opinion, if this was unfounded, if it was determined to be that way, it's because Katie sided with Chris. And she chose Chris over. Let's listen to the next part.
When was
Can you
this?
guys hear this okay?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
Now,
So that's a lie. Not 3 years ago, because he admits here Sebastian's 15.
mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished.
For what, not wearing a
So
belt?
he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and
totally bad issue she's having, obviously.
Lady who comes to
Okay, so the lady that's come to the house is that we've, and he kind of garbles it, had the case before. So now he's admitting that she's been to their house before. This is not the first time. Now, this would have been a problem for Chris Proudfoot, right? This would have been a huge
Yeah, her technical issues suck.
problem for Chris Proudfoot because he wants to get custody of Faith. So having Sebastian calling Child Protective Services on him multiple times is a problem for Chris Proudfoot. And I think this is one of the reasons. And remember, Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion, shows some narcissistic tendencies. He would not have taken accountability that his own actions, again, this is my opinion, that his own actions are what led to him not getting custody of Faith. He would.
I just got a lot of narcissistic tendencies. No. He's a full-blown narcissist, okay? Full-blown. Melissa, I mean, sorry, you guys, that was a little bit, that was her having issues with audio. She kept talking a bit over the recordings. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear? Da. So it was a little bit of a headache that way, but I think you guys got the gist of it. Everyone kind of knows that Christopher Proudfoot, like I said, he forgets things that he says or what he said and how he has said them. And then he always has an answer for something, eh? But Melissa, go ahead.
With what?
Go ahead with what?
Yeah, what do you want me to go ahead with?
Did
I
not
just,
wanna say-
yeah. Okay, so go back to where, not you, but go back to where he said that the lady had been to the house before, and I caught that when I was listening to it, when I was taking notes. And it's like, so that tells me like that the belt incident was not the first CPS report in my book.
Yeah, I always remember that there was two
It would have been at
incidents.
least the second.
Yeah. But can you imagine getting the belt for not having a belt? Because he lied about wearing a belt?
Right? I mean, a 15-year-old kid's not wearing a belt, so I'm going to hit him with a belt. That makes zero effing sense. Zero.
Not in that world. Not in their... Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's like, for me, it's almost as if he's bragging, well, I've had CPS called on me in 2 states. Like, it's almost, it's a dismissive attitude, but almost like a braggadocious thing. Like, oh, yeah. Done had him called on me in 2 states, and he still ain't got me out of the house. Like, it just, the way he says it, the tone and the words that he uses, just, the man makes me so angry. He makes my blood boil.
The gist of what I get with Christopher Proudfoot is that it's like he thinks that he can control these ladies, right? Like, again, the man's been married 5 times, okay? He's a chauvinistic pig, narcissistic personality. But what gets me is this always gets me with these people that are abusive, that are, treat women like shit. And we know that. I mean, all the man has to do is open up his mouth. But the thing that always gets me about these type of men is that you're still trying to wean them off their mom's tit, pretty much. Like, it's almost like the mom is the best thing since sliced bread, and he's sitting there, sucking on her titty still, at his age, pretty much. But yet, all the other women, I always find that amazing. It happens all the time. It's almost like they're still sucking on their mom's tit, and my mom's the best, greatest, whatever. And yet, the disrespect that he has for females in general isn't so shocking, because all he has to do is open up his mouth, and people see that. But that always gets me about that. It's like, it's just so ironic the way it's like has his mom's portrayed, But you know what? Maybe it's because his mom's just as evil as he is, manipulative and evil. I think that's the picture I've been painted from anything that I've ever read or seen, from Nina, from, just the social media, just looking at her face. And listening to how the Bower Sox had trailed Nina when she was driving back with Faith and stuff like that. And I have to agree, and I've thought of this before, but I haven't really talked about it much. It totally, absolutely seems like Katie doesn't seem to give a shit about her own son, and she's more focused, almost like, I've always wanted that daughter, like it's almost like she cares more about having Faith there. But anyways, we're gonna stop that part there. But one thing I did want to talk about from, like, I know there's stuff from the Lore Lodge, but I really want to get into the Yada interview. But I did want to talk about this part right here on the Lore Lodge with SF. That wonderful fellow named S Investigates. The big D himself. Yeah. So this is what I would say for him too. But anyways, this part right here I was thinking about, and you guys can put your own thoughts in here, but they're talking about the 3 o'clock vehicle, the foreign car at 3 o'clock. And I'll let you listen to what SF is saying about that. Okay, 1 second, right here. Make sure the volume's up. Yep. Okay.
By someone in the neighborhood?
That'd be fair to say.
Okay,
Yeah.
is this...
It's, think of it like...
Do you know who the owner...
Think of
you
it
know
that-
who the owner of the vehicle is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were saying something. I don't want to cut you off.
Think of it as like, there's daily, like people that come in Ubers and stuff like that, or, Amazon deliveries or whatever it may be. But you have this, you have the same type of, person for the neighborhood, so it's a known person, but not necessarily a resident.
So is this somebody with any known connection to the Proudfoot family?
No.
Okay. So not a family member, not a friend. All right. So I guess that's
okay. So when I was personally thinking about this comment that he made, and again, take it with a grain of salt because it is coming from SF Investigates mouth as well, right? We don't know if because he's a full-blown narcissist. He actually beats Christopher Proudfoot. This guy is like a 10.0 narcissistic personality. Christopher Proudfoot probably rates like a 5. But anyways, so I was thinking about this, and the way he was talking, he was basically saying, like, think of it like an Amazon, Uber type of driver, And then I was thinking, well, who else would be kind of like up around that time? Because he's trying to portray like it's like some sort of delivery thing or something like that. Like he's known to the area. So I'm thinking the paper route guy is what I'm thinking. Because I know when I delivered papers, I had to be up really early in the morning, before school started, like depending where my route was, or mine and my twin sister's route was, we had to be up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, typically for us. But I was thinking about it, and I'm thinking like, because he's referencing like an Amazon driver or somebody that frequency area, but isn't like from the area. So I'm thinking paper route guy. What do you guys think about that? That 3 a.m. car that's going up of Kellen and kind of stops on Shafford and Kellen there. Anyways, so that's what, only because of his words of how he was trying to associate with who this driver might be or whatever. So that was my thought on that perhaps it was simply a delivery driver for that delivers the newspapers, because that stuff gets delivered early in the morning. And I'm not sure about you, but like usually there's a person that's the driver sometimes, and then they have all the stack of papers in the vehicle and stuff like that. And sometimes they put, like, it just depends. I'm not sure what you guys have there in the United States, because we have boxes that you fill up as well as, and that's the driver that does that, as well as the delivery route as well and stuff like that. So anyways, that was just my thought for that. And thank you for subscribing, San. Welcome everyone. All we request is that you be respectful to yourselves first and foremost, to the guests, and to the chat. Okay, have your own thoughts about whatever you want. But I will say, If you're Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot, friendly in here, that's fine. Basically, myself personally, uh, absolutely. When it comes to who I'm going to believe the most out of anyone talking, because their actions and their words are matching everything that they're doing, is Seth Rogers. Okay. Whether some people disagree with that or not, like in the drama channels, it's to me, it's ridiculous. But again, we're not born idiots. Christopher Proudfoot thinks we're idiots. That's why he thinks he can manipulate us, about polygraph tests and a change up of words and how he said something, call into lives, pretending like he's some whatever that was Billy G something Thornton guy, that guy, and pretending to be a different voice. And again, who does stuff like that? But I really do want to get now into the Yada video. So do you have anything to say, Melissa, before we get going on that?
So until you had brought this up to me with the paperboy theory, I never had really thought about it. And I've thought about it since you said it. And, it is a good, plausible explanation, because I know a lot of times they get the paper in one stack here, and then they'll have like the coupons and crap that go in it. And so it wouldn't be surprising that somebody would pull over and say, okay, I got 10 papers on this road, put the leaflets in it, and then go do it. So, I mean, it's a plausible theory. Whether or not it's true, I don't know. None of us do. But I do think it's a plausible theory.
Well, that is true, because lots of times they'll open up the back of their trunk and they'll start inserting the flyers in there, because they have two stacks. One's the flyers, one's the paper, and they start inserting the stacks and getting their stuff ready. So I'll just put it this way. It's absolutely plausible that because he was using the references that he was using, it's definitely plausible. I mean, there's obviously a paper route person, I'm sure, out there anyways. So whatever time he totally comes, for sure. But that is definitely a thought about that one. Okay, so I want to get into this. Is on Bullhorn Betty's, like I said, channel that I'll be playing this from. And oh no, it's right here. That's where it is. Okay, so I think this was a really great interview. I know some people have said Yada in the channel. Have you seen Yada? And I'm like, who the heck's Yada? But I forgot kind of to go back to watch it, and then I saw it again, and then I was like meaning the name. I'm like, I gotta go figure out who this Yada interview is, and then I watched it and I was like, damn, this lady's smart. And it's a relation to Katie Proudfoot, who's actually, well, you guys, if you have already seen it, then great, but if not, it's a reminder. If you haven't, then it's a really good interview, I think. And if you have, then again, sometimes it's a reminder to what we already kind of know, but if not even more so. Oh yeah, I used to get the papers dropped off in the UK 3M, and I delivered them on bike. So could be. I'm just trying to think, right? Again, like without sitting there saying that Katie or Christopher actually did something to Sebastian Rogers, my first and foremost thought, of course, is yes, what did happen to Sebastian? But Katie and Christopher Proudfoot, it's all about the persona and the personality and what they're bringing through to the internet, and that part of it. And I am disgusted myself with what I'm personally seeing as a mother. So we don't know what happened to Sebastian Rogers, but every bit of new information that kind of comes out, like in the Lore Lodge, about the whole facility thing. And I was pretty sure he said, it was mumbled, but it sounded like he said Pinocchio. Like when he was talking about the facility that Katie and Chris were talking, it sounded like he used the word Pinocchio. So I kept kind of going back, trying to because it's like he said a name. And I'm like, is that Pinocchio? So I'm sitting there trying to Google all the facilities. Now, Seth did say that there's a headquarters for, the ABA there in Clarksville when he was talking about Sebastian and stuff like that. The one I was trying to look for was the one, say the facility that Katie and Christopher were going to try to put him in. But I thought that was kind of a really a really good interview, especially at that point of it. A lot of it was just dribble jabble that I could care less about. Like honestly, people want to make a big deal about when Katie and Chris were dating and this and that, and stuff like that. Honestly, for that part, who gives a fuck? To be honest with you, does that part have anything at all to do with Sebastian? Right? You don't think he'd be in jail if this was all true and stuff like that, But I mean, even Yada, who is Katie's a relative to Katie, is talking about how Seth and that met and stuff like that. But I'm not about to get into those twisted games and go and then some idiot in chat go, "You're supporting a pedophile," And these are all just sometimes people that don't even look at anything. All they do is hear something, and then they run around like little ants, just spewing off their mouth a bunch of bullshit and stuff like that. But that to me has literally nothing to do with finding Sebastian. Knowing about Sebastian's personal life, what he was going through, what had happened to him, all those could very much impact whether he left by himself or whether something had happened again with regards to couldn't take him anymore, and it was just kind of like, you guys can see the Proudfoots, right? It's almost like again, they're just controlling the narrative to this whole thing. But let's get into the Yada one, guys, because I think that
Hey,
one
Sunny,
is.
hold on. Before you get into that, a couple people in chat, Danica20, a creator close to the Green Team, said that the car allegedly belonged to the boyfriend of the girl who lives in the house directly behind the Proudfits. I haven't heard that, but could possibly be as well.
Maybe.
But for crying out loud, said, and in caps, the Hendersonville Standard is the newspaper there. It's only published and delivered one time a week, and that's on Thursdays. So, I mean, if that's true, again, I don't know. I haven't looked that up, but if that's true, then it wouldn't be a paperboy. But the point of that conversation was, could it be easily explained like that due to what SF said? So thank you for crying out loud for saying that. I didn't know that. I'll probably look into it later. But we see your messages, so you don't have to scream at us. Just saying.
What, someone doing caps?
Oh yeah, she put it in all caps, and she's like, just yeah. I seen it. I got you.
I know. Sometimes
Thank you for letting me know that.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
For crying out loud at 9:26.
The papers. Yeah,
it's way up there now, but
oh,
yeah, I didn't realize that it was only published once a week and on Thursdays. I didn't know that. So thank you. And I'm not getting on to you for crying out. I was just being a smart ass.
Hey, we can forgive.
Don't yell at me, damn it.
Yeah, a criming shame for criming. What does it say? For criming out loud. See, we're on the same page, right? Okay, so again, thank you guys for all joining tonight. So if you're new to this channel, just please for Sebastian, okay? For Sebastian, this is from the bottom of my heart as always. Just hit that like and share button for Sebastian. Keep his case alive and out there. And please support channels that are out there to try to actually do good and do coverage, try to be as factual as we can with talking about things, and to, of course, have our own opinions and thoughts, knowing that those are okay as well. But when it comes to the information, we're not here to, I'm not going to feel into like the big drama shit going on, because there is so much of that. It's absolutely ridiculous. I keep getting little glimpses of it, and I'm just like, it's so disgusting personally, and if that's how they want to ride off this case and stuff like that, so be it. That's, that's on them. That's, karma comes and bites them in the ass because of who they are as human beings and what they want to portray and be their image. They have every right to. And at the end of the day, again, just it is sad to see that the drama channels, they just get so focused on the other creators and bashing them and talking like, just like, honestly, you want to talk about trailer trash mouse type of thing? It's embarrassing to me personally to see this going on in Sebastian's case. Like, it's like they're not focused on Sebastian, they're just focusing on trashing everybody and their mouths, man. Back in the day, shit, you ever talk like that, you get that big bar of soap in your mouth. Right now it's probably a gallon that they should be drinking at this point. Have little fucking bubbles coming out of there. But anyways, all I can do is ask you guys to care about Sebastian's case, share it, keep it alive, in the sake of Sebastian, and nothing more, nothing less. And thank you. Hi, sports. Karen, that's terrifying. Kim P was a victim of her mom's essay, is my understanding. Right, that's correct. Now, okay, so let's get into this video, okay, guys? And I'm going to see if I can try to play it at 1.25 speed, just so that we can get through it faster. But I think that this, basically, it's like the mom's, okay, Katie's mom is Frances, okay? Susanna is, I think, a great aunt of Sebastian's, but the person that's speaking, Yada, is a cousin of Katie's mom, okay? And I think what she says is what you guys and what I have been thinking all along, or very close, definitely, to our thinking and thoughts as well. Maybe not, but definitely for me it is. All right, so let me just see if I can play it at 1.25. It's too fast, I'll take it back off, but we'll try to do it at that. Okay, got the volume up. Yeah, let's go.
Like this, especially everything you've heard, can be explain. So you did explain, you're the cousin to her mother.
Yes.
And what prompted you to make that post? I know that you've been a good contributor in the chat, and I know you've been kind of keeping a low profile, and I personally know there's been a few things that have upset you, but this particular post it seemed a little deeper. What prompted you to make the post? And I'm just going to read it in just a moment after you answer this question.
Well, like I said, I've been watching this from the very beginning. And it's interview after interview, the stories kept changing.
Okay, so this doubling up audio will clear up. Now that's, Bullhorn Betty, I think we all heard it, or at least hearing it. So just know that it's going to cut out shortly, okay? So it's a little bit hard with the doubling up, but it will quit shortly. Just saying, okay?
Hey, Sonny, can you put on closed captions?
Yeah, I did.
For Charlie?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
I see when you said that, I was like, CC, and I'm like, okay, like, look at my message. But anyways, yeah, okay.
And I got an email. No, a private message from a couple of my cousins after a picture was posted, and a lot of horrible things were being said about our family. And I will defend my family to my death.
Right.
But then I kept seeing the story change, and my heart just kept sinking every time I heard it. Changing. And I didn't want to believe that there was any capability of that happening.
Hold on just a second. I think we're having some echoing. Is it? Well, that's okay. I just fixed it. They said that it fixed. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
And every time the story changed, my heart would sink. And I was in a lot of Facebook groups, and anytime I would go and chat, I would see these comments, and I would ask, what makes you say that? Or, well, tell me why you're saying that. And anytime I had something different to say, I even had one gentleman, I say gentleman, and I'm going to say that politely because I am not here for any hate, tell me, do not ever come to Hendersonville. Don't ever come to Tennessee. And I asked him, why do you say that? And he's like, trust me. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I have some friends on my Facebook now who actually saw that. And I'm like, wow. And what is going on? And at that time I kept catching little snippets of different YouTube creators, and I'm hearing all this hate towards Seth, and then I'm hearing a lot of comments that Chris is making, and I'm really paying attention. I'm taking notes, and I have a very, very large family who
Express
usually
how when people hear how large your family is, tell us about how large your family is.
we are over 120 just on the Rosenbaum side.
Just for clarification for everybody, because sometimes large families are 20 or 30. I mean,
No,
I
no,
want to
no,
make sure
no.
people put that into context.
When my grandmother died, my granny, and I'm the only one named after her, there was something like 49 grandchildren, 39 great grandchildren, 30 some great grandchildren, and it's been growing ever since. So we are over 100 strong.
Wow. So let me just take a little moment. I'm just going to read this post so everybody knows what post I'm referring to. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is what she posted on the Justice for Sebastian Facebook group. It says, "This will be my last post, and I hope everyone reading this will understand why. Since the beginning, I struggled with the thought that a member of my very own family could ever do something as heinous as getting rid of their child. Like every single YouTuber was saying. Then I watched this interview. Sorry, it's a little blurry, and became a skeptic. Then the second interview and felt sick. The third interview, all doubt was gone. I had held hope, maybe an accident. Then she left town saying he could be anywhere now. Blood relative only holds so much hope and faith, and I couldn't pray this feeling away. Months later, so many lies, YouTube creators flipping the script as if they're threatened. No way, I thought. They never wanted a single vigil. They never went to a single vigil, couldn't find time for searches, lied on a Sumner County custody position, fully cleared by LE and in no danger or threat. She seemed to love her summer with someone else's child, forgetting her own. Now, anyone who's steadfast in finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is met with threats, fake profile harassment, and legal action, gag orders, First Amendment rights stripped. Every day I truly feel like I wanted to apologize, but every day I wanted to scream at every state and federal representative for the state of Tennessee and ask them, can you not see what's happening in this county? What mother steals her missing child's name out of the mouth of people who want him found? Why is nothing being done about the threats to the people searching? Then I want to ask my extended family, why are you all so quiet? Do you think this is okay? I don't. If you did nothing wrong, prove us wrong. Let people search without fear, hang flyers without getting police called on them, and show his name in pictures. Stop spending your time and money in court on lawyers silencing people over lies. Let people help bring him home. Otherwise, tell us what happened. That was pretty emotional.
I cried for days before.
Okay, I'll stop it right there quickly. Thanks, guys. Miss Dog Lover, thank you. I just heard it go off. Please hit the like button and subscribe. This is a great channel, and Sunny is a great person. I try to be mean. Don't I, Miss Dog Lover? Big salute. Thank you for that super chat, Miss Dog Lover. Appreciate that. And again, welcome to the live. If you're here to this channel or you just subscribed or anything like that, again, we're not into the drama, first and foremost, okay? We just really want to talk about Sebastian Rogers, the things that make sense about why he disappeared. I mean, I would assume that that's why we're here, is to get insight into why Sebastian Rogers either disappeared, was taken from the home, left the home himself, say, etc., etc., etc. With that being said, we don't mind opinions. Just keep it respectful to the channel and other people within it. Have your own opinions. That's absolutely fine. Okay. Now, nothing yet. Probably the interview will drop, I guess, on the anniversary date of that. But I don't know anything more than that myself. Sunny is kind of okay, I guess. Yeah, I think she's kind of okay, right, Melissa? Anyways, so back to this part. Okay. Now, this is something I wanted to say as well. Melissa, before you speak on this, one of the things that drove me crazy in the Suzanne Morphew case, or any of the cases where the family is silent. And I would expect that when a family member is missing, that your avatar is a picture of that child missing. In the Barry Morphew case, Mallory and whatever her name was, the other one. Anyways, all you saw was their little bikini asses on the thing. There was no, help find my mom, help find that, and whatever. So this is really striking to me again, too. Like she says, her family is like radio silent on this. And she was expecting to take some slack, like kind of what like my brother did to me the one time I was doing a live. And it was about my older sister who was best friends for 20 years with her best friend, and then come to find out that they were sisters. And anyway, so I had did a live about that. And I was talking a bit about the family and stuff like that, but it wasn't a full on thing. And then my brother sends me a message making it about himself. Like, why didn't you say this and that? Because it wasn't about you. It literally was not about you. But that's how self-centered people get, And that's my thing is it's like, this is about Sebastian. And it's all you're thinking of is when people aren't like even saying anything to her and they're keeping their mouth shut in a sense. And she says, like, Yada will say that her family's a bunch of basically hard-headed big mouths typically, right? But wouldn't you expect that on Katie Proudfoot's and Christopher Proudfoot's and their family members that you would see green with Sebastian, to keep bringing awareness to the case? If you care so much about your goddamn relative, like, come on, where's like that? I don't get that. Do you?
No, I mean, for me, it's like, like you said, why isn't the picture out there? Like, even if it's an old picture of him, you would think that there would be a picture, period. So that, in a way, is telling for me.
There's a lot of telling things going on here. And I think that this relative of Katie's, she sees it as clear as day. Like pretty much anyone else that's not kissing the ass of Christopher Proudfoot or Katie. Like I said, don't get me wrong. It's not about saying that Chris and Katie, like whatever way we each individually think about what happened to Sebastian Rogers. As a mother, first and foremost, I am disgusted by this stepfather that's a big mouth narcissistic joke, okay? Because he's playing games, he's manipulative, and he's just a big L, right? And so when I see a mother that is, okay, you know what, don't even give me that crap about, like, I'm just going to hide behind the scenes here. This meek little person is going to hide behind the scenes here. No. Come on now. Any parent that loves their child, whether you're a father or the mother, if you truly care about your kid, you don't give a shit what anybody else thinks about you, what anybody else says about you, because they become unimportant in the scheme of things. And all you want is the awareness to be brought out there through the news outlets, especially through the news outlets, right? It doesn't have to be the YouTubers, but they keep making up these excuses like, well, everything we send gets twisted anyway. Who gives a shit? Why do you give a shit? Well, Christopher Prophet, like, I really do put him off to the side in a lot of ways because he's so unimportant to me, because he doesn't really seem to give a shit about Sebastian. And this whole, like, yeah, when Sebastian comes home, there's just going to be a whole group of friends and people that are just going to be, dancing in the streets. And, we just can hardly wait for him to get home. Oh, it says the people that want to put him in a facility. Really? The ones that can't handle raising a child, that want to put him in this facility, even though his dad wants to take him and stuff like that. But no, they can't handle the one child. It's not like there's a multi-children besides Faith, right? But it's like they're more concerned about getting custody of Faith, which he's never going to see the light of day of that. Like he can throw as many pennies in that fucking well as he wants. He's never going to get that wish come true when it comes to Faith. Are you kidding me? A child, all the stuff that's come out, like all the stuff that the courts will know about, that ain't going to happen. And by all means, I don't think most of you guys would ever want Faith to be in that household. And especially when a child has disappeared. Okay. Don't want to talk too much. So I'll play some more.
So hold on, Sonny. So something that strikes me, not only do they not have a picture of Sebastian up, and if somebody can find something besides what I'm getting ready to say, please let me know. But to my knowledge, Katie Proudfoot has not come out and said anything about Sebastian or Sebastian missing or looking for him or anything since June 23rd of 2024, when her and Christopher Proudfoot were on the first Queen Bee live. I haven't heard anything from her. I've went to Christopher Proudfoot's Facebook. It's a picture of Faith when she was little, him when he was younger. And he posts some very, in my opinion, inappropriate things to post when you have a missing son, or stepson. But like, why are you not out there? Why, I'm not saying I would be screaming from the rooftops, but why are you not out there somewhere? Just even on a Facebook post. You know what I mean? Like, that bugs me.
Yeah, you can't fix that type of person, like that type of stupid, to be honest with you. It bugs me too. Again, it's not, this whole thing isn't a natural flow that we're seeing going on here with what a mother would typically do. I just don't make excuses for shit, because if that's true, how she would act underneath this dirt, like I said, throw me up for adoption, because I would never want you to be my mother. If this is what you call searching for me, and looking high and low, and as your child, you're sitting there hiding in the backdrops going, we'll just let the police. Like, imagine if Dylan Round's parents or Gabby Petito's just faded away, didn't say anything and stuff like that. Anyways, Katie's the biggest manipulator to me of them all. Christopher Proudfoot, he's transparent as glass. Seriously. Katie Proudfoot, that's the deception one. And you're going to hear this lady say that as well during this live. All right. Her moving away, her like leaving. I mean, there's so many things. And it's just so absurd to me. And it's almost like, your brain cells, really. Like, they're trying to think of, they're trying to kind of give her a break and stuff like that. Every time I try to give them a break and be like, am I wrong? Maybe I'm being too harsh here. No. Every time I watch a freaking interview with Christopher Proudfoot or Katie that's been in it and stuff like that, and what they're not doing, I always shake myself and go, nah, come on. Like, I'm trying to give it the benefit of the doubt, but those red flags keep coming right back to the forefront of it. And I'm just like, no, Katie, look at, I was trying. I was really trying to believe, in your emotions and stuff like that. But it wasn't too long. Like I said, and Christopher Proudfoot, he just soiled the whole case, to be honest with you. That's like a venomous snake that just slithered in the forefront of the case. And, oh, by the way, you're just lucky to have me. I broke the internet on Web Sleuth, by the way. Just remember that it was me. I broke the internet when I hopped on. You guys are special to have watched that. JLR, if he wants to watch it, I mean, all the money, let me just tell him what he exactly has to do with his money. Because if you want to have me on your live, even though it's our child over here that's missing, you guys consider yourself lucky. I just want you guys to know that, okay? So just be lucky if you're ever in the presence of a Christopher Proudfoot. But anyways, let me play some more, because there's going to be many stop and starts on this one.
Where I wrote that. And
it was pretty emotional. And your family has been, for the most part, silenced. Is there a reason? I mean, I know that most of your family had already previously been doxxed.
Yeah. And even though they were doxxed, I mean, my family is normally not quiet. So I'm actually surprised I haven't been getting a lot of response from them. But
go ahead.
I have seen posts on other pages, questioning who I am. Trust me, I am who I am. I am who I say I am. I have receipts.
Yes, yes. You don't need to produce your receipts on here, but she's produced receipts. So, and just for clarification, so everybody knows, you haven't really seen Katie in a while, correct?
I have not seen her since her grandfather, my Uncle Don, died. And that was in 2015. And I
Go ahead.
I did get to meet sweet Sebastian then.
Aw. And I did hear that was her favorite uncle. Can you give me a little?
That was her favorite grandfather. That was her
Or grandfather,
grandfather.
not uncle. That's right. You corrected me on that once before. Can you give us a little bit of family history? We want to be respectful, but just to give a little history. Give me just a second. I've got it on here. I just want to explore the history, who you are to Katie. Oh, we already did that, and explore your new unique relationship with Katie, where she was born, how close the family was, just some family dynamic stuff, if you don't mind.
When she was born, she was not around the family. Her mother was married in West Virginia, and she did not come to our side of the family until she was like 8 or 9ish.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, her grandma and grandfather, they doted over her.
Very protective of her as well, too.
Yes. She was a very coddled person. And
What did
everybody in
she
the
just
family,
say,
anytime we
Fran?
saw my Uncle Don and Aunt Suzanne, how's Katie? How's Katie? Because, she wasn't with them long. She went to live with her dad.
Okay. What part do you want me to play again?
And
Did she say that Katie Proudfoot didn't come around her side of the family till she was 8 or 9?
7. I think it was 7 or 8. She said something like that. Maybe it was 8 or 9, but yeah. Because yeah. Why?
I don't know. That just strikes me as weird. That bugs me. I can't put my finger on it, but it bugs me.
Well, a lot of what she says will probably like to bug you, but in a sense of a good way, from what we all have been thinking and stuff like that. And Bossy, just by the way, I never touched anything. I don't know. I think you blocked yourself is what happened there. So I'm not sure. Now there was somebody else that said something, but necessary evil. But don't worry, necessary evil, because this is a case that's going to be studied for years to come. You don't worry about that. This case is going to be special, right, Christopher Proudfoot? Let me just read this comment. Travis says, well, clearly the authorities have nothing new. I think this is always a statistically, say it slow, and what we have, he died in an accident. If that is confirmed, it would be very difficult to bring charges for neglect unless they have other incidents of Sebastian being able to leave unsupervised. Can't shake the feeling that he was hidden, but just my opinion. It's just been publicity stunt before with another child. Ooh, which reminds me, there was that story out there a couple days ago I saw with regards to those 3 children that were living in that freaking feces and like their mom just literally abandoned them. Here's some bags. Have at it, kids. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Okay, so I pulled it a little bit back, so I'll play it again.
Just for clarification, so everybody knows, you haven't really seen Katie
Thanks,
in a while,
everyone.
correct?
I have not seen her since her grandfather, my Uncle Don, died. And that was in 2015. And
Go ahead.
I did get to meet sweet Sebastian then.
Aw. And I did hear that was her favorite uncle. Can you give me a little?
That was her favorite grandfather. That was her
grandfather,
grandfather.
not uncle. That's right. You corrected me on that once before. Can you give us a little bit of family history? We want to be respectful, but just to give a little history. Give me just a second. I've got it on here. I just want to explore the history, who you are to Katie. Oh, we already did that, and explore your new unique relationship with Katie, where she was born, how close the family was, just some family dynamic stuff, if you don't mind.
When she was born, she was not around the family. Her mother was married in West Virginia, and she did not come to our side of the family until she was like 8 or 9ish.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, her grandma and grandfather, they doted over her.
Very protective of her as well, too.
Yes. She was a very coddled person. And everybody in the family, anytime we saw my Uncle Don and Aunt Suzanne, how's Katie? How's Katie? Because, she wasn't with them long. She went to live with her dad. And I know everybody says her Aunt Penny, but it was in between her dad and her Aunt Penny, David Payne and her Aunt Penny.
just quickly on this, guys, okay? Because, and again, the people with the sense in their head, when she starts talking about Katie coming up here, in a sense, and you're going to keep hearing, this reminds me of my older sister. And this is why you don't sit there and keep claiming that your child is so beautiful and that they're the best and they're the greatest. They turn into these narcissistic little assholes, is what they do, okay? So if you have a child, just balance, okay? Balance on those comments, because they grow up thinking that they're really special breeds. But I could tell even before the lady had said it, which is coming up, but you'll hear her consistently basically talk about Katie, and Katie being treated very special, and you could see, because you kept bringing it up, which goes into, obviously, that when somebody keeps getting told that they're special and that they can get what they want and stuff like that. Anyways, so listen when she's talking about that, because she basically is telling you it many times.
But mostly with her dad, David. And we would always ask, how's Katie? How's Katie? Oh, she's doing great. Oh, she's doing great. And, when she graduated, I had lived in North Carolina next to her, and was and still am very close to her aunt and uncle there. I remember my Uncle Don and Aunt Suzanne came in town to visit, and it was right when Katie graduated, and she was going to culinary school, and she was a chef at a really nice restaurant at the Virginia Beach oceanfront. And she's doing great. But that was a really hard time in her life. There was a lot going on at that time when she was 17, before she turned 18. And it had nothing to do with Seth.
Gotcha. That was my next question is, did you ever know about Seth?
No, she had a boyfriend that wasn't Seth.
Gotcha. How about Chris? Did you ever know about Chris or ever meet Chris?
No. After she moved away, she had left, and, she had Sebastian when she was 19.
Right.
But they were married by then.
Closer to 20, right?
Yeah, closer to 20. But, and Seth got permission from my uncle.
A second. Okay, so all you warriors out there that keep caring so much about Seth's timeline with Katie and stuff like that, because that's so important to the case, not, okay, like Yada says, who's a family member of Katie's, that is saying they were married already. They were married at 18. She was closer to 20 when she had Sebastian, and she had a boyfriend, or at least two, that Seth said, or whatever. So again, people want to, like, that stuff has no bearing on the case, honestly. This is this where people just want to stir up some drama, claim that Seth is this, a pedo, blah, 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 blah. Who gives a shit, right? On this one, everyone's trying to sit there and put all this false information out there. This lady is from Katie's side, and she's literally telling you what about Seth and Katie, and that they were 18 and stuff like that. So, I mean, again, at the end of the day, the drama channels will be the drama channels, and they'll try to insert a bunch of shit and stuff like that and make things about things that don't really matter. To me, again, if it mattered, he'd probably have been arrested if he was a pedophile. And I doubt that he would be in law enforcement, meaning Seth Rogers, if all of that transpired. But people just keep wanting to twist and stuff like that. But when you're also hearing it from Katie's side of the family, talking about, when Katie and him were married, I'm not going to get into that more, because I think it's just a bunch of useless information that way. I don't think it has anything to do with helping find Sebastian Rogers. That part of it. Do you? I mean, come on now. Seriously. People just
I
push
know.
shit all over them. They put out the wrong
Me
name.
personally, I don't understand why people keep focusing on the whole Seth with Katie thing. Yes, he knew her when she was a babysitter for the family at 12. He didn't start dating her till she was 18. The family just told you she had Sebastian at almost 20. So get off of it, because that does not help find Sebastian at all. That is irrelevant.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to judge Seth on that side of it, because it has no bearing on it. I'm judging Seth by his actions and how he is portraying himself to look for his son, and he's doing and exuding everything that I think a parent should do. And in all fairness, right, personally, I would be ashamed. I am ashamed of in a sense, for those people that literally cannot find their brain cells. It's like they're both all lost, right? And they sit there and they could have someone, they still want to put them down, stir shit, all this stuff. And exactly, you don't see the Proudfoot sitting there every day, sitting there or doing lives, creating social media now. All the, you just like, this is natural, how naturally someone that really cared about their children, whatever, would be doing for their child. There's, to me, Seth has an alibi, but on top of that, his actions are matching his words. Yes, he's got frustrated. You know, at the end of the day, honestly, sometimes when people come into the YouTube land, and Seth wasn't a social media person, but you know, he like, just think about that story, you guys, about that T-Rev's girlfriend, whatever, that literally uses the man in his lowest point so that she can pretend that she likes Seth. And Seth is saying, I thought that maybe God was sending me down someone for me to basically help me get through this. And all she did was go through Seth's phone and send off the CPS reports to herself and other YouTube creators. That's like the lowest piece of slime out there. And T-Rev, he's another slime bucket for that as well. Sorry if I'm dissing you, T-Rev, but call a spade on this one. And then to sit there and stab Seth in the back, Seth going off the rails sometimes, honestly. Yeah, I mean, it was becoming a whole circus act with all this stuff. And I was like, whoa, like what's even now? I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, this is a joke, all these channels that are just constantly arguing with each other. They're just literally attacking. They're literally showing their others' lives just to bash them down, including my own channel, that Cluminati did, and stuff like that. And that's kind of righteous. That's like freaking calling the kettle black, or the pot, whatever it's called, the kettle black or whatever, you know, is that she's sitting there, this woman that does not shut up, you know, and curses every two other words. And she's sitting there literally saying, oh yeah, me and her can never be best friends or anything like that. No. And I'm just like, you know what? Play my clip all you want. But do you really have to sit there and keep bashing me or bashing others all the time and stuff like that? Why don't you put the focus back on Sebastian? But wait, no, that doesn't feed your pocketbook if you're just trying to be an honest YouTube channel out there, right? It doesn't feed the pocketbook enough because they need their donations, they need the drama, they need that shit, you know, so that they can make their big freaking trailer a little bit bigger, the trailer park trash that they live in. But anyways, I digress.
But I don't see those hate channels, Sonny, like Clue. It's Cluminati, not Gluminati.
Yeah.
I don't see her or Queen Bee or any of them truly keeping Sebastian's face out there and his name out there. To me, their channel is piggybacking off of Sebastian's name to create drama and only drama. And by that, I mean talking down about other channels. They're not actually trying to help spread the facts. They're not out there trying to spread awareness about Sebastian himself. They're just using his name to spread the drama, and that's sickening.
But claim like they care, and it is sickening. But whatever. Like I said, everyone's going to run their channel their own way. But I personally want to say I thank you guys that are in this live right now. Again, if you want to just keep it to the facts and talk about the case and ideas and stuff like that, but keep it to the facts of what we know, and not trying to insert useless shit that doesn't belong there, but things that make a difference in us understanding Sebastian. That's the whole point for me. This is what's driving me crazy, is that every little tidbit of information that comes out, some of it you shove to the garbage where it belongs, and other things make sense. Like, again, learning about Sebastian's, you know, his home life, the past, all those things are relevant. Learning about Seth's love life, and when Katie had Sebastian or was with Seth, who cares? Who gives a shit? Honestly, like, that stuff just does not matter whatsoever. What matters is what we're seeing, what's being said, time frames, timelines, and whether or not Christopher and Katie are being truthful or dishonest and deceptive. Well, there's many times we can prove that Christopher Proudfoot, who sits there and tries to claim he cares about Sebastian, if you cared so much about your stepson, you wouldn't keep going on channels talking about yourself, creating a fake voice, Billy Bob Thornton, whatever, sitting there pretending like you're this. He's done that a few times, actually. Like, who makes a mockery out of a child that's missing? Raise your hand, Christopher Proudfoot. And who doesn't sit there and portray like they're, being there for their child? Raise your hand, Katie Proudfoot, because that's not fiction. That's truth. That's what everyone is seeing. No, everyone that has brain cells is understanding this. Anyone that doesn't is clearly on side left over there and sitting there thinking that Christopher Proudfoot, you amazing abuser, you are such a gem. You know what? Seriously, I'm lining up, right? Some of these people, they're like, I swear to God, they're literally lining up going, you know what? I'll be wife number 6, maybe wife number 7. Come on. Can I be wife number 8 type of thing? And it's just it's vile is what it is. But anyways, that channel's vile too. But anyways, you guys, if you guys don't know, American Justice, right? This link right here, this has got a lot of stuff in it that Melissa has compiled in regards to interviews, news interviews. There's so much stuff in this, okay? So I'll come back to that in 1 second because I'll just quickly show it on the screen so that people do understand, people that are new to the channel. Okay, so Melissa created this, right? Introduction, meet the family, official flyers, tips, Sebastian Rogers, Sebastian's health. All these things are on the side, right? All these clickable links that you can go on, 911 dispatch calls, law enforcement, interviews, etc., when they are who they're by. Okay, so this is a long effort that Melissa has put into. It doesn't house every single thing, but she has put a ton of work into it, and it's still ongoing. So that's in the Google Docs link that she had dropped there. Okay, guys, a very awesome piece of work there for anyone that's interested in it. That really could make things a little simpler for you guys to find things instead of keeping searching on there. Okay, but anyway, let's get back to some more of this.
Uncle Don to marry her.
Gotcha.
And I will tell you, my Uncle Don is a very religious, honorable man.
Yeah. What was your back in the day whenever you saw Katie? Did you want to explore on that a little bit more about the uncle? And did you have any other information like, how did he, I guess, if you know, maybe how did Seth approach your uncle to ask him for Katie's hand in marriage?
I don't know exactly how it happened, but the fact that he did it and let me put it this way. The fact that my Uncle Don gave his permission, I will tell you, means a lot.
Gotcha.
Because of my Uncle Don's very strong faith in his religion and his love of God.
I'm not one of those people that start and stop, but this is one that a lot is being said in this one. But Seth literally asked for permission, right? So he could marry Katie. He's such a douche for asking for permission to marry Katie, isn't he? Right? That bad Seth Rogers. Heaven forbid that you even hear that stuff nowadays, but meaning back then, and it was only like what? When were they married? 2015, 14, something like that, 15, 14. But anyways, he literally asks for permission to marry Katie, but everyone wants to trash him and stuff like that. Like I said, haters towards Seth is all I can say.
He would not have given just any Joe Schmo permission to marry Katie. Katie was very much, I want to say, his pride and joy.
What was your fondest memory of Katie?
I think when she first got there, I think because it was, and I don't want to go into, what happened,
Right.
Yeah,
we're not going to touch that subject.
No, and it has nothing to do with this. But she was a cute little girl. Just, even at, 8, 9 years old, she was just a cute little strawberry blonde. She was, and kind of, she was headstrong. Don't get me wrong, headstrong. But she had.
That's a good character. That's a good character, in a person. I personally like headstrong people at times. Sometimes
it's a Rosenbaum trait. I will tell you that much.
Gotcha.
8 out of 10 of them headstrong. But she was just the cutest thing, even for an 8, 9-year-old. She was spoiled. I don't, I don't think there was ever anything she asked for that she didn't get, and knew how to get it.
Mm-hmm.
But we would, like I said, we would get updates and stuff, and occasionally, Aunt Suzanne or somebody would say, well, she wants this, and we'll make sure she gets it. But no, they couldn't say no.
Right.
It was, everybody, you would catch people say, oh, poor Katie,
Mm-hmm.
but, she knew it. She always, as she got older, she knew what she wanted, and she wasn't going to, she's just going to do what she wants.
Gotcha. And
Can you stop it there a second?
She graduated very well. From what I understand, she was
Pretty much
So
gonna
I
stop
just
it there
want to
anyway.
point something out because Yada is saying, and this is my first time hearing this, so I don't know anything about this one, this interview, but she's saying that basically if KP went to her family, that they would never turn her down, right? So if KP went to the family and said, look, I can't handle it anymore, Seth is refusing to let me put him in the institute I want to put him in, can y'all take him, can y'all hide him out somewhere, I don't think they would turn her down.
Correct. Probably not.
So
Probably
is
not.
that still an option that her family has him hidden somewhere?
Well, that's
I mean,
just it. I think it is an option for sure, because a lot of people do believe that Sebastian is out there still, like Seth does, and that he's alive, and hence why they ended up going to Virginia or whatever, right? Because that's where. So Suzanne, Katie's favorite aunt, and Francis lived on the same property. Hence what Seth and Tony were talking about when he was explaining about on the FaceTime, you know. I mean, we don't know for sure that morning when Katie makes mention. Well, first of all, I do want to say this, okay? I had no clue that she was this culinary, basically this great culinary cook. I mean, I guess maybe that's why she's like, fun fact, come on, spaghetti pancakes that morning for my son on this deliciously long day that I'm going to take him on. But I didn't know that. That she was this person at my school was a culinary chef and stuff like that. But if you notice here, this Yada keeps talking, like, and this is what I mean. She kept talking about whatever Katie wants, Katie gets. Katie is basically that special, beautiful child that she knew how to get what she wanted. I love this lady, right? And I think Bullhorn Betty is like there's a spot there, and I might have missed it, but no, I might not have yet. But there's a spot there where Betty did miss a golden opportunity because the lady was going to mention something about bonding, and then that never got asked about because she was going to make a comment about Katie not bonding, like she's not like this bonding personality, but all you hear is a bunch of whatever Katie wants, beautiful little Katie gets. Katie gets whatever she wants and she knows how to get it. Katie, 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 Katie. Of course you can share that link. Yeah. Go ahead, Melissa. There's something more you want.
By
But
all
so yeah.
means, please share the link. By all
Yeah.
means, share it far and wide. Get Sebastian's name out there. Get the facts out there. That's what it was created for. So for those of you that want to share it, I beg you to share it, right? Like, get this to every YouTube creator. If you go in and after their live ends, post it in their comments. I don't care. It's for sharing. That's why it was made. So
And it's
please
factual.
do so.
And this is all, like I said, this is all factual facts of interviews and timelines. Okay, it's not anything like, meaning it might have channels of drama based because there's an interview in it that CP was on or something like that, or Katie. But this is all just factual information that houses, it's like, I call it the holy grail of information. Nobody has spent this type of time doing something like this. Melissa has. It's for you guys to share it, look at it, pass it on, keep Sebastian's information out there for this case. Again, there's still things that will be added to it, like perhaps Yada's video or thing here once she
Is
actually
that a
listens
hint
to
there,
it.
Sonny?
Yes, it is actually, because I think it's a very telling interview.
So I thought about adding it, but I will talk to you about that later, because you know this document as well as I do, and this was, yes, I created the document, but I created this document with Sunny's help, and
Not
she's able
me.
to make changes and stuff as well. This was initially made for me and her, and then we discussed it and decided to share it everywhere. So if it needed to be shared, it could. But
Yeah.
one of the things I wanted to do, and I had made another document, we call it 1.0. It wasn't as detailed and it was super long. This kind of condenses it with a whole lot more detail, but it has the timestamps. So like you can go through it and see, oh, this is the timestamp that blah, blah, blah was said. This is where I need to start, whatever. But as far as the Yada interview, I don't quite know how to put it in there because the interviews that I have in here are either out of law enforcement, out of Chris and Katie, or out of Seth's mouth themselves and or their representative. So how would I put that? Where would I put it? Under Chris and Katie?
No, I would just put it underneath. You give Yada her own Bullhorn Betty, Yada their own side tab, because this is family. I definitely feel like it belongs in there, because this is a
I could
family
do
member.
like a family and representative page where I can do the SF interview too, because I wanted to put him in there as well. So I can do like a family and representative page.
However you wish to do it. And she honestly, she's giving more credit than it's due. This is, yes, we had talked about it, and I thought she was going to fold because anyone that's following this case knows that there's been a ton of interviews on Seth's side, especially, and some with Chris and Katie and stuff like that. But there's definitely been a lot more with Seth Rogers. But don't give kudos where they're not due. This is Melissa's work. Through and through, and I'm so proud of her for putting all this together, because I thought she was gonna fold, very easily, once she realized how much work this would actually take, because I had done a timeline last year up until April with the information that we had and the best I could do, not realizing that there was a couple interviews I had missed, and I was like, okay, so I had done one, and it was a good one for what it was. But this is like I said, a holy grail of in-depth, of everything from all the interviews. I would say 95% of all the interviews, in a sense, because sometimes, like today, like Melissa, when she listens to this, like I said, I think that it's very telling about Katie, and considering this is Katie's aunt and this lady Yada, she's very level-headed. Like, she's a very wise lady for sure. And the reason I say that is because she has a good grasp of reality. And I think, Travis, was it you that was putting her down? Was it a minute ago or something? I seen a comment there. Anyways, grateful for Melissa for doing this. And like I said, I want people to appreciate this link because it's a lot of work and it saves you a lot of time. And all you have to do is hit that Control F button if you're inside of some of the words that are within that whole document, and you hit F1, right? Or not F1, Control F. It's kind of like when you're watching a YouTube channel and you want to go to the transcript and you hit Control F, and you can type in a word like Amazon, like I did, to go back to SF Investigates in the Lore Lodge, and it takes you right to that spot, right? It tells you how many things. So Control F is a beautiful friend when it comes to searching for words within a document. Okay, hi Della, hi everybody. Dolly Dampman, hi Dolly. But anyways, okay, let's play some more because like I said, it is
a great cook. But
Spaghetti pancakes.
She wasn't a bonding person, except for now with her grandpa, my Uncle Don, and my Aunt Suzanne, and like her uncle and aunt in North Carolina. And I'm not going to name any names, but she was very close to them. There was a little thing that happened, and
Didn't realize it was right there, but that's what I'm talking about. That was a beautiful opportunity because what she said was she isn't a bonding person. And I think a lot of us have realized that there's this disconnect. Again, our own personal opinions, that there's this disconnect between Katie and her son Sebastian, and and this could all play into why she's not, jumping from the rooftops talking about her son, because again, like an emotional disconnect. But she's trying to, like, at least to me, okay, to my eyes, she's trying to portray like I just love my son so much and da. But that you heard that about the bonding. But there's certain people, and unfortunately this wasn't touched on more, besides just to use that word bonding. But all she's now saying is like, well, with certain people like Suzanne, her the grandpa, the grandma, that there's some special people that Katie does connect with, but that she's not a bonding person. And I didn't need that lady to say that, but I'm glad she said that because it's how I felt about Katie. And I feel this big connect with Seth and Sebastian about a father that's just brokenhearted, just literally broken to pieces looking for his son, and this whole disconnect. Do you think so, Melissa, before we move on? About when she said about like,
Yeah, I mean, her not being a bonding person makes me wonder how her bond was with a special needs child, right? So if she's not the bonding type, would she have this close bond with Sebastian?
well, right.
It bugs me.
Seth gave us insight into that, though, if you remember, when he was talking about Katie. I mean, we all know that he wanted his son 100% full custody. But Seth gave us insight to that Katie would be rather working in a way, and he took care of Sebastian. And so Seth had given us that insight about that. And that's where I remember, just when he was saying that it reminds me of a mother. Because just because you're a mother doesn't mean you're a great mother. Anyone can give birth and spread their legs and spout out a child, but not everyone bonds with their children or, and stuff like that. And that's what I took away when Seth was talking about it. So to hear Yada say it, and when Katie is talking, I don't get this emotional connect like I should feel like I do with Seth when he's speaking. That's my thoughts, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Seth did say that. And, for her
Yeah.
not to have that, anybody who has a child or knows anything about child development,
Hi, Miss Kim.
your bonding time when your child is small creates this huge bond, right? So if you're not spending that time with your child when they're younger and you're not bonding with that child, and then all of a sudden you go from your husband, the child's father, is taking care of the child to now you are taking care of this child, it can get very overwhelming. And I don't get the sense, and maybe I'm wrong, but I personally do not get the sense that Katie had this close bond that she wants to portray that she had with Sebastian.
Same like Christopher Proudfoot, same idea. Like whenever he speaks of Sebastian, knowing what we know, no. Mm-mm, mm-mm. And as for Faith, like I said, I think this is more for Christopher Proudfoot, retaliation / his mother. And basically, yeah, trying to rip Faith away from, a mother that cares for her. And then you have Christopher and Katie over there. There's no judge to me that's going to allow Christopher to get any sort of custody. I don't believe. Or visitation, sure, perhaps. But as for him getting like this custody, but it's almost like you feel like, like we're getting all ready for Faith to come type of thing. Oh, Sebastian?
And
Wait, what? Wait, Sebastian who?
And keep in mind, Sonny, on Lore Lodge, it came out that Christopher Proudfoot was court ordered to take parenting and conflict resolution classes in the case that has to do with faith. And that tells me a lot, because this was within the same time frame of within a few years or months of Sebastian going missing, that Christopher Proudfoot is told by a judge, if you want even visitation with your biological child, right? Not your stepchild, but your biological child, you need to take parenting classes and conflict resolution classes, because that judge clearly seen something that was concerning.
Okay. So, Travis, again, you're entitled to your own opinion. I disagree with your opinion, though, on this. So, you're assuming she isn't bonding person from this lady who clearly has issues with Kay. Something major happened between these two ladies. Some guy, yeah. So I think that's more of a bigger assumption coming from you versus this lady. That again, that's a family member. So yes, just like I'm assuming, but in saying that, you had Seth talk about it. That's out of his mouth. You had Seth talk about that Katie really didn't, seem to want to be around her son. She would rather be working. You got a family member talking about it. That doesn't mean that her and Katie had issues, but clearly with the case coming out, she didn't even find out for a couple months, this lady, that Sebastian was even missing. The Proudfoots never told that side of the family. The only people that knew about it was a couple people that Katie and that was close to. So I'm going to disagree with Travis's comment. Mind you, his is just as valid as my comment as well. Who was abusing Sebastian? But the facts of that is out there. We've already seen the actual reports on that. There's the CPS reports, but Christopher and Proudfoot has talked about it, and other than that, Seth has talked about it. The neighbors have talked about it. So unless all those people are liars, Travis is a lawyer, you guys. So he's going to look at things, from more that perspective. Whereas I'm not a lawyer. I'll never be a lawyer. Could never care less to be a lawyer. I'm just a person that has thoughts and opinions. And I very much care about children. And, but again, all of this is just allegedly, but when family members are talking, hey, who am I but just a person listening to, to my ears, what family members are saying, or the actual person that was married to her. And who's more believable? Is it the Proudfoots, or is it Seth, who's actually truly doing something and looking for a son, is what I gotta say. Let's see here. Karen Powers, she's about KP's mom's age, so doubtful. Thinks, oh, this is a very wise lady. Seriously, this lady, what she's saying is a no indifference to any average person out there, like I said, that has brain cells, to what she's saying. Everybody else notices it. She's going to be saying the exact same things that everybody else sees. But she has, of course, a better insight because she's a family member. Remind me. I remember Seth bringing it up. I'm trying to remember who Seth was saying abused him. Well, because he was sexually assaulted back in California of that, Sebastian was. So, again, underneath Katie's watch, let's see, it's okay. Again, the abuse part when it comes to the belt incident, right? Some people, I personally believe that's abuse, but Nina has talked about when CP, Christopher Proudfoot, hit both of her kids, the daughter when he was doing her nails and stuff like that. But meaning the CPS reports are all there. That's not for, that's to do with Sebastian stuff. It's not like anything to do with abusive relationships on that part. That's to do with Sebastian stuff out there. But again, that's one of those things that Seth, it's not like there's not this bunch of information that's happened to Sebastian. And again, whether you deem the belt as an abuse or not, regardless, A lot of people do. Some people might not. But honestly, you're going to get a belt because you're not wearing a belt. The pressure washer from the neighbor and stuff like that. Now that stuff, do you think some fighter pilot guy that's talking, that sounds like he's like 88 years old, right, is going to sit there and tell you about a pressure washer incident, or the fact that Chris was always loud and yelling, and that the CPS came because of the mattress, and Sebastian being locked, in the garage because he was a little pissy pants and stuff like that. That's why the CPS came out there. Yeah, so I'm not gonna. I need to keep playing the video on there. Do your homework, buddy. Do your homework. Abused by a whip in CA.
Travis, go to the document and do some homework and
Yeah,
investigation.
go. You know what? Go download that document. Go to that file.
Right about the time her and Seth got married, that was going on, another rift in the family. But which is why I never met Seth, because he did not come to my to my Uncle Don's funeral, but they were still married.
Gotcha. Is that when she that's when she brought Sebastian, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and what was Sebastian's demeanor meeting new people for the first time?
He was a cute little smiley thing, but not the kind that would come up and go to strangers.
Mm-hmm.
But he knew like my aunt, and he knew Francis, and which kind of shocked me. But so the people that he did know, he would go with them, and we would be introduced. And I was only at that particular day, I was only there for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. But God, he was cute. But there wasn't a lot of mother son kind of, oh, come here, baby. It wasn't that. It was like, but there was a lot of people coming and going, and I think that was a lot of overstimulation.
Gotcha.
But I know he hadn't been diagnosed, but you could tell he was bothered. But still,
Bothered
by
the strange people, by the overwhelming crowd, or both?
We're 100 strong, coming and going. This is in their house in Chesapeake, coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, especially to a kid that's not accustomed to that coming and going.
And he was like 7.5, maybe 7-ish. This is in May of 2015 when he died. So yeah, that's a lot of stimulation for a young kid, especially when they didn't know fully what was going on. I don't think he had been fully diagnosed at that point.
Now, your family had been doxxed, and I know that a lot still being doxxed, and I know a lot of there were a lot of incorrect allegations that had come out about your family early on in this case. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Now, did you want to clarify that here, or no? I forgot to ask you.
Well, there were some people.
It kind of goes into the other stuff, so I was.
Yeah, it does. Well, there were some people that, when the picture of Grandfather Mountain came out, there was some people in a particular group that started doxing all of the women in the Rosenbaum family, including Katie's biological mother, and even my mother, who was 77 and was in intensive care, who had just had a heart attack, who looked nothing like this woman on Grandfather Mountain. Her aunt in North Carolina, my cousin in another part of North Carolina. I mean, they were pulling private photos. They were posting addresses, putting them on this fit. Well, she looks like her. And they would literally, at one point, they went to the mother's house, some of these people that lived in that area, and police had to be called. And that's when I got the message. And like I said, I will fight tooth and nail for my family if we are being wronged. And I sent a private message to the administrator and notified them that this was private and not for public dissemination. This is a cease and desist. Look, you can say what you want to on the investigation, but our family has nothing to do with it. What you find out about Chris and Katie or Seth, or if you find anything about Sebastian, help yourself, but stop with this. And after my post, it started all over again.
Gotcha. And then, there were rumors. We're going to get into the conversation here in just a moment about, where you were, how, when you learned about the whole situation. But I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit. I asked you because there were rumors going around that it's possible that someone in your family is holding Sebastian, either against his will, willingly, but is helping, the mom, hide Sebastian from Seth. Do you know anybody in your family that has Sebastian or is hiding Sebastian in any way?
No, I do not. And if I did know, I would be the first to call the FBI or dog. And if I ever caught wind of it, I would be the first to call
Right.
because he needs to be back. But
Absolutely. Now, France.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so she basically just answered what I had asked earlier. Like I said, I have not seen this, so you're getting an honest first reaction and thought here. So I might be proven wrong a lot here. So she is saying that her family doesn't have Sebastian, and if she knew if they did, she would be the first to call law enforcement. So I have to believe her, right? Because I have nothing saying that she's lying. But that being said,
later,
could it be possible that they do and she doesn't know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't
That's
know.
just it. There's 120 family members and growing. Absolutely, that's just it. She doesn't believe so, but then again, she's also made the comment that the family's been radio silent. Like she's just kind of shell shocked by the fact that her family's like nobody's seeming to say anything or not even basically attacking her to say like, what are you doing on this? Like she's amazed knowing her family why it's being so quiet. So is it a thought that Sebastian is with a relative that she doesn't know about? Absolutely. Is that plausible? Absolutely. Maybe not. Maybe
And
so.
I just
But
want to point out, too, like you talked about a while ago, how, the family's not talking, but, if we said, Katie isn't talking, well, I don't find it myself, and I might be kind of off in my own area on this one, but I don't find it surprising that Chris's family is not looking or doesn't post or whatever, because I don't think they had a close relationship. But it is surprising that Katie's biological side of the family is so quiet, right? Because that is their biological grandson, nephew, great-grandson.
Yeah.
So I still, even though I believe her that she doesn't think they have them, I can't rule out yet that they don't.
The same.
Because they're not looking. And if you're not looking, why are you not looking? Because you know where that person is at. Or what happened.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is that it reminds me, like I said, of the Barry Morphew case, that the side of the family of the Morphews, they weren't sitting there, putting up things with Suzanne or help find Suzanne and stuff like that. It was like watching a family that just didn't give a shit about Suzanne, including the daughters, because like I said, it's not like they were putting their mom's face out there, like on their avatar or anything like that, or sitting there promoting this, their missing mother, right? And it said a lot. So it does say a lot to Yada here when her family is not doing anything. She's saying that I don't believe that they do, and if they do have him, I would be the first one to be calling FBI for sure. So, and Lainey,
And did she say, Sonny? Did she say if it's unusual for them to be that radio silent?
Yes, she said unusual. Exactly.
Okay.
And Lainey, she does get into talking about that and says that no, that's not even the same person. This whole side by side. She does talk about that in here, Lainey. Yeah. Travis isn't buying this lady whatsoever. I personally have a different point of view on there. Wait, Travis. I think Travis, your theory was that he was attacked by some animal in the woods. Do you still kind of think that? Thank you, Karen. But anyways, let's play some more. keep it going.
Francis was one, you know for a fact Sebastian is not with Francis. Am I correct about that, or what would you like to say about that?
Well, I know for a fact he was not there in June because
Okay.
there was somebody else there in June and he was not there in June. So, and I do not believe for 1 second. Well, you know what? I do not know for a fact, and I'm not going to say I know for a fact because I don't. Do I think he would be there? No, because Suzanne lives there and she wouldn't be so desperate to find him.
Gotcha. And she's been working to try to find
Yeah.
information.
Yeah. She misses her great grandson.
Right. Is there anything about your history, about your aunts, uncles, your family dynamic that we didn't cover? Because I'm going to be moving forward into, fast forwarding to Sebastian here in just a moment, but I want to make sure that I cover everything that you would like to talk about the history. I don't want to pry too much because of the sensitive nature of some of the stuff that you know about. So I just, want to check your comfort level.
Well, I know after this conversation, everybody's going to be doing all kinds of searches and everything because I've seen what gets done. Nobody's family is perfect. My family is far from perfect. And search what you want, say what you want. We grew up loving each other. And like all families, you have tiffs, you walk away, you come back, you do your thing. And there are some bad elements in our family. There are some wonderful elements in our family. But no matter what, no matter how distant we are, we will come together if something is wrong. I will say this too. This is the quietest my family has ever been about anything.
I don't mean to pry, but why do you think?
I can't figure it out. I mean, honestly, when I did that post, I was expecting to get bombarded. What are you doing? Why are you, or even something. I've not heard a peep.
Right.
And I know they're on Facebook. I know they're seeing this. Some of them could be in the chat.
Right.
But my parents have not heard anything. I have not heard anything. And I'm honestly shocked because I am not here to hate anybody. I am here for people to focus on finding Sebastian. Stop hating everybody. Stop this mess. There's too much clutter in all of this. There's a little boy, whether he be alive or not, who deserves to be in the right place. And he is a part of my blood. And that's what matters to me. And that's what should matter to everyone with the same last name I have. But I'm not seeing it from the mother. And that's so disheartening because and I wish I could say I did. I truly, I've tried, I've prayed. And so many lies online. Just, oh.
Have you seen her behave this way ever in the past?
The fake tears. Yeah. She is.
We'll get into that, but not gonna lie. And that's what really got me in that interview, or when I'm thinking of that interview, right? So we'll stop that for a second.
Tears. That's what I got out of that. Fake tears.
Yeah. Have you seen this before? I mean, the fake tears? Well, and she'll go back to explaining that, but do I still have that up? This one here?
How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never ending.
What's that again? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, but I loved it when Yada said that. You mean that the fake tears? I just honestly, that part of the interview, I'm just trying to look at it from a mother point of view, that I'm being asked, right? Okay, this is like whatever, 7 days later, 8 days later, and you're being asked, this question about your son and how you feel about it, and then all of a sudden this, yeah, take over, and then to do this. So when she says the fake tears, that's what she is referring to, right? And it strikes me because, well, actually, you know what? Let's just keep playing it. Let's play it a little bit more, and then we'll come back to it. Okay, Melissa?
Yep, I'm ready.
One second. Sorry, my bad. I gotta take it down.
And we've pointed out the way she cries on that
Yeah.
interview before.
Because for most of us, I mean, you're sitting there virtually with a big smile on your face as you're being asked about your child. And I know people get nerves and do stuff, but I just couldn't imagine that I'm sitting there being asked that question, and then that big smile, like I couldn't, like, I'd be answering that right away. You couldn't even, like, do you know what I mean? Like, just naturally. I don't know, but it's kind of like the laugh, and then with this whole no tears, tissue to the face on top of that. And then, because what we're learning from this lady, okay, and then just take everything with a grain of salt, whatever, however you want to take it, but still, when you look at the whole scheme of things and all the, everything that we know about this case so far, with the interviews, the lack thereof of a mother, projecting that she's doing all this searching, she leaves her home and goes off because he could just be everywhere and anywhere, type of thing. It just kind of like all meshes together. And when you're listening to Yada and she's talking about, Katie, and say like the disconnect, or that, Katie's this person that she even says, and I'm sure it's coming up somewhere there, but she's even saying like don't let her fool you. She's not this little meek thing at all, But anyway, but did you want to say anything more to that?
Nope, let's go ahead and play.
Okay. Sent you an email. Send who an email, by the way, for crying out loud. Did you send me an email? Okay. So we'll play that.
She is what I see as someone on a mission, get what I want no matter what. And in my opinion, and that's what I recognize. And I see hate, which is scary. And I don't like that. And I can see it. I've seen photos of her that were shared with, from Don and Suzanne and from aunts and uncles of her, just so happy and just super beautiful. And that's not her.
I have to agree, because I saw some photos of her that Seth had shown me, and wow, what a night and day difference.
That is not her.
Yeah.
We have to stop it there, and thank you for crying out loud. I'll look in a second here. That is not her. That is not her. These pictures with her smiling with Sebastian, or these happy, that is not her, she says. And then Betty says, I've seen some pictures that Seth showed me. And like she's saying, night and day. Trying to put on a different front. Kind of like, but the thing is, Katie's more deceptive than Christopher Proudfoot. Christopher Proudfoot, like I said, is clear as glass, that man. Katie? Katie's that one that on the surface of what you're seeing, to me, I always said that, or Aspen said that to me. I was like, Aspen, no, like she's showing sincere emotions here. And Aspen's like, I'm not buying it, basically. And I'm like, I was amazed that he was actually saying that, to be honest with you. But anyways, that is not her, Melissa.
And, I'm like you. I have tried to give her so much benefit of the doubt and see her from a point of view of missing a child. But everything I just keep coming back to is I don't see her out searching. I don't see her doing the things, I'm not saying that she has to do everything Seth does, but there is so much stuff that just is so many red flags for me. And, I see a few people in here that don't know much about me. They're new, but quick recap. I've had a missing child. I've got a murdered child. So I'm speaking from experience when I say this. She, even though I want to see her as genuine, I do not feel it. And that's from a point of view of somebody who's been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and wouldn't go back.
Just quickly, that video that you sent me, it says exact words are, we're having trouble playing this video. Please refresh and try again for that TikTok video on there. So any of you just summed up what I was feeling, couldn't grasp the words, describe it. It's fantastic explanation. Thank you, Karen Powers. Karen Powers, she loves me right now. More than Sharon, I think, actually. Hey, Sharon. She reminds me of a refrigerator mom can't bond with her child. Hi, Canadianess. Okay, let's we'll play some more out here.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. And
But
please,
she is not defenseless, and she is not the controlling type. This whole thing is twisted.
Hold on a second.
So the facade of her, there's a lot of people.
I can tell when she said that. I think she goofed up when she said that, because she said like that she's not the controlling type, but that's not what she kind of ends up saying with regard. So it's almost like she flubbed over her words there, because everything she was saying is that this, what you see or what she's portraying and what you see are two different things. And then she goes on is talking about her being, she's not no meek little meerkat there. So when I play the rest here, like I said, so to me, that was one of those flubs about saying she's not controlling type, as she was stammering over her words a bit there.
People that believe that she's kind of this, a battered wife that doesn't speak for herself is kind of, the impression many people have expressed.
I'm not believing that. She is a strong person. Do I believe she has after effects or probably some issues from years ago? Absolutely. Who wouldn't?
Right.
But I don't think there are issues in the way of, I think there are more issues of temper.
Okay, just so you know, in the video right now, guys, bear with it for just a few minutes, because you're going to hear it being very crackly here on this part. Again, it's on her end, not ours.
Gotcha. But you yourself have never seen her.
I guess the word is manipulative.
Hi, Bunzilla.
Gotcha. Do you want to explore that a little more, or would you just like?
I'll just leave that.
Now we're going to just forward to Sebastian just a little bit. When did you hear Sebastian went missing or down? Did you want to explain a little bit about that?
No family called us. No one in the family called us. And she just mentioned it. I'm like, who? And then she sent it in to my mom, and I told her Dan must have posted something. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, nobody told us. And that's when I started researching it. And I was like, oh, why did nobody say anything? Why is this so private?
Right.
No, we were not. It was not. And you, like I said, normally when something happens in this family, you know, somebody has their home phone in one hand and their cell phone in the other. And it's like a game of, what is that pillow talk or whatever, where it's like going through the whole chain.
Mhm.
No, phones didn't ring.
When did you learn about it from the end? Was it days, weeks, months?
It was about a month. It was after the first couple of interviews. And that's, I had to go back and watch them because I had been chatting with her. It was probably mid-March.
Mhm.
No, late March.
Wow.
Because we were talking about some events that go on here where I live and me possibly taking a trip down there. It was late March, yeah.
So a whole half of the family was completely in the dark about a missing relative for well
Yeah.
over a month to well over a month.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how the aunt heard about it? Was it through another family member, or did they just
Well, she's
learn
close.
about it?
She's the one that's very close to her.
Oh, wow. And so it still took that long for her to find out?
No, I think she knew the whole time, but it wasn't advertised.
Got it.
And that's when I
Gotcha.
immediately started getting the messages about being doxxed and stuff as well. It was like a week or two later. I can't
Gotcha.
remember. No, it
Wow.
was in May, the first week of May, when I think that picture came out late April. And it
Mhm.
was the first week of May when, oh Lord, because my mom had been in the hospital.
That is so sad. I'm sorry to hear that. How's your mom doing?
My mom is fine, thank you. We almost lost her. She spent several days in CCU and ICU, and it was a mess, but she is home fine and doing well.
Oh, well, that's at least some good news. And I think you
For a sec. Travis is saying, how soon after Sebastian went missing did Seth mention in interview or online that the plan was to have Sebastian stay away in a home facility? Certainly a major motivator to move on. So that was just, so the first time I ever learned about it myself was on the Lore Lodge, when he just was on the Lore Lodge the other day with Tony Mathis, when he started talking about the facility and stuff like that. He might have mentioned it. Melissa, do you remember anything in the interviews of Seth talking more in depth into that, or was the Lore Lodge the most one?
I will be
She said,
right back, Sonny, if you want to check back chat, but I'll be right back in a minute.
okay. Oh. Okay. Thank you. So like I said, so in-depthly, Travis, he went into that. As far as I recall, now again, in the Google Docs, like I said, there's been tons of interviews with Seth. Now, there was a point there where I wasn't so much watching Seth's interviews because I was watching Seth's interviews for all the information he could provide on Sebastian Rogers. And after that, it was just kind of like he was just going on lives talking about the same things really for a long time, just to put his stuff out there, right? To keep Sebastian's name out there, ask people to help search and stuff like that. So I felt like I had everything for the most part that I had learned from Seth. Now, again, on the Lore Lodge a couple days ago, if you haven't watched it, Travis, then like I said, that was a good interview, especially when he gets into that. And so could that be a motivator for moving Sebastian? I mean, absolutely. Again, nobody knows, but Sebastian just didn't disappear. And a child does not go out of their home without anything. Their phone that's left on in the kitchen, right? No shoes, no snackies, no knapsack, no anything, no money, took nothing. So the chances of Sebastian leaving on his own accord are very slim, considering that there's no footage of him as well on there. Okay. Patricia Burns, many people don't have emotional awareness to sense these type of things. Considering yourself as having a gift. Like I said, I mean, I really like this lady, Yada. I think she, like I said, I think she's wise. I think she's very smart. And I think she's very on point because, again, I'm listening to it. It reminds me of everything, the same, a lot of the same red flags she brings up, within talking about this. I see just a very wise lady who is basically calling a spade, and sees those same cues going on with regards to everything. Like, honestly, listening to this, it was like someone inside of my brain saying the same things. And I think most of you guys, like I said, a lot of these red flags that Christopher or Katie have been putting out, they're definitely huge red flags, inconsistencies in the storyline, you know, and at the end of the day, like I said, there's Seth who's showing that, look, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep putting my son out there. It's been a year, guys. In 5 days, it will be a year. We've covered this case since the 26th, but did a live on it on the 27th when Aspen had brought it to my attention from TikTok, you know, and it's a case that I just can't even grasp about, honestly. It's so confusing. But to have a father spend a year searching for his son, including making his YouTube channel up and stuff like that. Again, if people believe that somebody had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance that would do all of that, I say give your brain a shake, to be honest with you. Because it's just clear as day to me that there's the Proudfoots who Christopher is making a joke of the case. He seems to be very much making it about himself instead of about Sebastian. You know, Katie Proudfoot, the mother, right? Again, did they attend any vigils? Have we really seen them out searching before Christmas? All of a sudden, Christopher Proudfoot's out there like, here, take a snapshot of me pointing over here. Go search over there. You know, just off the road here near my house, probably. You know, huge difference in what's going on here. At the end of the day, any new information that gives us some insight into Sebastian's life, his home life, and that is important. It's important, regardless. Let's see. Patricia Burns, you are right. It's like a breath of fresh air, and nobody else from that side of the family has been so forthcoming. I think it helps Sebastian. I think it's very telling, like I said, again, from the Morphew case, that the family members on Barry Morphew's side, it's like they did not give two shits about Suzanne when she was missing. You know, so if she's saying that her own family members, you know, normally they're very outwardly spoken, and she's hearing nothing, right? It's like silence. And she's like, wait, what? My family's acting like this? Again, I would expect that Sebastian's picture would be shared, like I said, you know, would be on the avatar, you know, like a lot of people do, like the Nicola Bully case, right? Hers was yellow. You know, that would show, that would make postings about this to say, hey, please, like this, my family member, please keep awareness out there and stuff like that. This is 100%. How do you say your family is hiding something without saying they are hiding something? Well, again, she doesn't believe so, but she also doesn't know for sure on this. But I just find it very telling. But when we hear about the facility and things going on like that, again, to think that Sebastian left on his own accord, I think that's very slim to none, to be honest with you. Because again, if Sebastian was going to prepare to leave, he would be taking his favorite thing, one of his favorite things to do, which is gaming. You think you're going to sit there and go off somewhere and you're not going to take any of these items, including your shoes, and you're going to walk out a door that you're not seen on any cameras? That seems far-fetched to believe that. Does it seem less far-fetched to believe that Sebastian seemed to be a pain in the ass in the Christopher Proudfoot side? That it was more that they seemed to care about more about Faith coming or trying to get custody of her? This is just totally, to me as a mother, the opposite reactions of what I would expect. The stepfather making a mockery of this case, and the mother herself, again, really she's deceptive. Like I said, manipulative, and she's deceptive. She's not that meek little meerkat that's hiding out there. We've heard a lot of things, including that the relationship between Christopher and Katie, through the neighbors, through Seth, that their relationship wasn't doing well, and that basically it seemed like it was like, Sebastian, Sebastian, Sebastian. So when I hear Christopher say stuff like, we can just hardly wait till he comes in that door, the whole neighborhood is just going to jump up for joy. I don't think Christopher is going to jump up for joy. And like I said, to hear about the bonding. Anyways, Melissa, I'm just going to see if you're back or not. Is it possible knowing Christopher's character?
I am still sunny. I'm
Yeah,
still
no
away. I'm
problem.
gonna be away for just a few more minutes.
Yeah, take your time. Is it possible that Christopher's character, that he's full of control of Katie? Let me put it this way. I think that both of them are kind of control freaks, to be honest with you. We will hear this from Yada about Katie's personality, right? And I don't want to take away from when someone in their younger years has been abused and stuff like that, because obviously the same thing happened to my older sister when it came to be sexually assaulted and stuff like that by someone that, like I said, made it in the papers, the paper bag artist. And so, I don't want to take away from somebody's having issues, because everyone kind of does things. You can either be a victim or you can choose to make your life better, be stronger, and all those different things. It just really depends on somebody's personality. But I think Christopher and Katie are more like two peas in a pod, to be honest with you. But I feel like Sebastian is that thorn that's causing issues. And hey, if Sebastian just happens, to be hidden or missing, so I'm not going to put it past it that a family member could possibly have Sebastian Rogers. Again, I would prefer to think that he's alive and that he is being hidden somewhere, because we haven't seen anything to show us that he's not alive. And I think it's a very plausible thing that Sebastian was hidden away. It doesn't make sense that he left on his own accord. But anyways, let's play some more regardless, because Melissa can listen to it. I know you guys are all talking. I appreciate that. Please hit the like button and share button. Keep Sebastian's story out there. Would appreciate that, you guys, of course. And hi, Della. It is odd. KP met up in Oregon, allegedly someone with the Rosenbaum family, the first week in March, and kept it from the rest of the family, KP's family. Like I said, you try to look at always just common sense, right? What things make the most logical sense without going into outer space, kind of theories and stuff like that. But I think it still is very logical that Sebastian just didn't vamoose. I really wish, but we don't know about what happened in that 2 hour and 50-minute phone call. Because I was trying to think, like, did Sebastian overhear Katie and Chris talking on the phone, and they were talking about him and, a facility, or, like, was he eavesdropping? And then Katie heard a noise because maybe he bumped into something or something. And she's like, hey, there's certain things that Christopher and Katie talk about more, and there's other things that they talk about less. Now, for Christopher on the web sleuths to sit there and say, well, I'm not going to talk about the stud, and then someone said, well, Katie does, and then he's like, well, that's her, not
I'm
me,
back.
type of thing. Okay, welcome back. All right, so can I hit play, or do you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and play this out.
Okay. Do you remember the Amy Billing? She disappeared and her mother looked for her until she died. Oh my goodness. I hope that's not the case here. Tell you that much. It's just heartbreaking. Okay.
You've already kind of went over us about your initial thoughts about what you heard, because you just wanted to get as much information about it as possible once you heard it. It sounds like you were doing, what kind of due diligence did you do? Maybe I should ask it a different way.
Oh.
What kind of research did you do when you learned of Sebastian's disappearance?
Well, first I went onto Facebook, and at that time, there really wasn't a whole lot, but there was some. So then I started Googling it, and I started looking. It kept sending me to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And every channel, because I subscribed to all of them, and I was listening to every one of them, and I was like, what is this mess? What? And then I just turned them all off and I found the interviews. And I started with the first one.
Now, was that the Duchess interview
The
or
Duchess
the green
one.
shirt interview? You did watch that one.
I watched the Duchess one.
See, I didn't
And
watch that until later. I didn't. The only time I went back is when Steve Johnson on the interview room said, because he did the green shirt one, he's like, you really want to find the oldest interview. And I remember hearing about it, but I didn't hear the Duchess interview for months.
oh, that's the first one I watched.
Gotcha.
And
What were your thoughts
I
on
went,
that one?
my thoughts on all of them, and initially my first thought was, why is he talking so much? And a couple of times he blurted like, no, we would have heard that, or we would have, or, and I'm like, he said, I thought he wasn't there, and I had to keep rewinding, and I'm like, okay, let me.
There. Point that out again, right? Most of us have, again, Yada's going to say a lot of the same things that we have been talking about and discussing. Those oddities where he says, we would have heard him, go out the window. We saw what he was wearing when he went to bed, right? Because that, again, it just reminds me of the Barry Morphew case. A lot of those things that Barry Morphew did, when people don't know how, like, when you're telling the truth, things will just come out, like I said, naturally. When you're watching what you say, sometimes you trip up on your words like that. So regardless if he was in Memphis or not, to sit there and say these things along with everything else, you can't help but throw a big stink eye at the stinky foot, like, to be honest with you. And there's whole we stuff. And she's Yada, like I said, like any of us with a couple brain cells up here, eh? We know. Oh, hi, Spirit Seeker Squad. Welcome to the live. If you haven't hit the like button, you guys, please hit the like and share for keeping Sebastian's story out there and stuff like that. Again, if you're new to the channel, just keep it respectful to each other and stuff like that. We want to always talk about the facts as if they've come out. And Melissa, again, has her document there that she's worked really hard on. That's all about the facts. When I say facts, it just means that they're interviews or with the Proudfoots or anything to do with Seth, Katie, Christopher being on lives, interviews and stuff like that. And the news channels covering it as well. Just a ton load of information on there. Okay, guys. But anyways, if you haven't hit that like button, please hit it for. Sorry, what? Would you say, Melissa?
Go ahead, and then I'll ask you.
No,
Go ahead, and then I'll ask you my question.
Yeah, just please hit the like button for Sebastian. Don't hit it for the channel, and please do it for Sebastian, okay? And keeping his story out there. That's what we ask. Go ahead, Melissa.
So, a couple of things. Do you have the document linked in the description of this video? I know every time I go live, I'm not streaming tonight to my channel. But I know I have it linked in all of mine. Do you link that document in yours?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I see it in my channel or in it. You talk about the Google Docs, yeah?
Yeah, I just didn't know if you ever linked it, but I know I link it in all of mine. But, back to what you were saying, what gets me is the constant we. And, I had told you, I had talked to my brother and he's like, oh, I say we when I'm talking about, him and his wife. But for me, it just is very concerning. And, we've said it before. The truth doesn't change. Only lies do. And I think a lot of things have changed in the Proudfoot story. But,
absolutely.
The progression of their story, I've pointed out in that document so many times that they've contradicted themselves, but I constantly go back to, and we've talked about it before, she was the last person to see Sebastian.
Absolutely.
And so when he goes, and by he, I mean Christopher goes and says, oh, we this and we that. It's like, shut up, first of all, because if you weren't there, then I don't want to hear a thing out of you. I want to hear from her. I want to hear genuineness out of her, and I don't hear that.
Yeah.
And we've said it before, and I'll say it again. I'll say it loud and proud for those in the back that didn't hear it the first time. If, and that's in capital letters, they are innocent, and they are the most guilty innocent people I've ever met. And for people to attack Seth is ridiculous. Seth was at work. Seth was on video. Seth had nothing to do with this. And all of the drama around the timeline of when he met Katie or any of this doesn't matter.
Useless.
Because that does not help find Sebastian. And he's the one that
Absolutely.
matters.
Absolutely.
And the
so
person who
irrelevant.
is last seen with him can't talk tells me a lot.
Well, the person that adds a thud interviews later. On the Duchess' second interview, she was specifically asked, is there anything else about that night that you can tell us? Nope. Right? Nothing about a thud at all. Right? And then all of a sudden we hear about the noise, and stuff like that. Like I said, so, and it just kind of reminds me of, again, the whole thing that we played earlier. Right? You can't even get straight exactly when you called the sheriff's office, because how do you say it's right then and there in the home and say right then and there? I asked Katie if he was behind the bed. Nope. Halt. Christopher Proudfoot here. Seriously, someone needs to put a butt plug in his mouth. Seriously, because we don't want to hear from you, Christopher. I mean, all we ever wanted to hear was from the mother where her child is missing. Is that too much to ask, Katie? Is it too much to apparently, like I said, the interviews coming out, whatever. I think we'll all be waiting for that to come out. But at the end of the day, again, to sit there and make up excuses why you're not sitting there making it known that you were searching for your son, not attending vigils, not attending search help, that when they were doing it. Why? Because they've made it about themselves. And that's the point here, right? Is that this isn't about Sebastian. This is about themselves, their egos, their controlling ways. And they're just, like I said, so full of it. Honestly, between the two of them, it's like one's making a mockery. This is a case to be studied for years. Only 8 days after, people. This is a case to be studied, right? And then at one point, Christopher says that he said it, and another point he says that Ellie said it. And again, the polygraph test was a joke in itself. And then to sit there and be manipulated, that's the whole point. Is that he's a full-blown narcissist. He thinks he's being wise and tricky and smart with his play on words. And he's not. We got you. We see exactly who you are. But you know what? Besides all of that, Katie is the last one that was with her son. And for them to sit there and go, I can't see any possible reason why Sebastian would ever consider running away and locking the door behind him as he ran out with no shoes on. I can't think of anything. And then we hear about all the stuff, the facility, and all the stuff, how it's basically like he's too much to handle for them, just give him the stuff. That's all you had to do. Just give him to his dad. You know what? You want to wash your hands of your own child and stuff like that, try to welcome faith in. Never going to happen. But it was like, so we still don't know, because this is hypothetical, because we don't know what happened to Sebastian. But I think it's probably clear as day that, again, that he didn't leave the house on his own accord. And like I said, there's nothing in the back he would have been seen, side he would have been seen. He would have went towards Stafford and Kellen there, would have been seen on camera. Again, let alone all this other stuff, right? I feel like, I still feel like I have bad Delphi vibes of when that the Ellie, they're, doing work and stuff like that. But I feel like there have been fuck ups as well. And Delphi has made me very leery. And I would like to know, was Katie's cell phone, did it maneuver outside past the time that she went to sleep at all? did it move anywhere? Considering she was so, sleeping, and she put up the dogs, and the dogs don't get normally put up. They come lay with her in bed, but all of a sudden on this day they get put up. Whatever. You want me to hit play again?
And Sonny, sorry. We've talked about why is Katie not basically screaming from rooftops. When you see Seth go on lives and you see him talk about Sebastian, his face
Crying
lights
still.
up. He loves talking
Absolutely.
about Sebastian. But it is almost a year
Absolutely.
later. We are like at this point, what, 5 days, almost 4 days away from the 1 year
5 days.
anniversary, and Seth is
Yeah.
still out screaming from rooftops. He wants his son back. He loves his son, and we don't see it from her.
Like Seth, I have one son. I could never imagine being in his shoes at all. This is beyond heartbreaking to any person that cares heart, right? As a parent, you literally have this humongous hole that can never be filled at all, ever, until even like, I really hope Sebastian is out there in somebody's care, that they think that they're doing some sort of good for him. I truly hope that that's the case. It is so beyond imaginable when you watch Seth and he speaks and he's crying. He's like, meaning he doesn't hide his emotions. He tells you as most things as he can without giving away the whole darn loaf type of thing, right? Because you can't, obviously. But this whole time, he has, again, spent a year going on. Now, are the Proudfoots going on? Seth keeps it consistent. He's there to focus on Sebastian. Now, on the Lore Lodge the other night, right? Sometimes the parents, like Christopher Proudfoot and Bo Seth, sometimes they think something doesn't have significance when honestly, sometimes it actually does. Their timeline about Kate and Chris, had no significance, but to learn more details about like the facility and stuff like that, that's stuff that means a lot when you're looking at what happened to Sebastian, or what could have possibly have happened, and why somebody could have hid him, when done this. It does give you a lot more food for thought. He's always putting
And I will say,
Sebastian.
Sonny, sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Something that I took away from that Lore Lodge, and it popped in, it reminded me when you said that sometimes something you say, you don't think it has any significance. When Sebastian went missing, the Proudfoots made it out as if Sebastian just was this kid that couldn't make friends and nobody liked and just wasn't smart. But on the Lore Lodge interview, you learn that he's playing these very complex games. He's playing with adults, children his own age.
Oh, yeah.
And another big thing I took away from that is something that Seth said that struck me at the time, and something you just said strikes me again, because at the Proudfoots, the neighbors said, oh, we didn't even know a kid lived there, or, if they did, then all they witnessed was abuse, right? So, but Seth, it's like, yeah, this neighbor knows him, and this neighbor knows him, and all the neighbors know him, and the lady at the Walmart deli counter knows him, and he's like, yeah, that's the lady that cuts the meat good, the way he likes it.
Yeah.
He's not
He's
this
different.
kid that the Proudfoots have portrayed. And I just have to say, I went to the deli the other day, and I wanted to get lunch meat, and normally I get Black Forest ham. And this was right after the dream I told you about. And I looked down, and center case in the big capital letters, and maybe, I don't remember if it was on sale or whatever, but they had like the little sticker thing, on the case. And so I got Virginia brand ham. And it's just like, I kind of chuckled because I was like, yep, that's what Sebastian, like, something like that. Something you don't think has significance, but it does, because it helps us humanize Sebastian and know how Sebastian really was.
Yeah.
Because if you listen to the Proudfoots, he was this awkward
Yeah,
name
like
calling, all of this, and that's not how Sebastian was.
usually with a positive, they always had the negative in there. But I want to go back to what you did say, because yeah, whenever Seth talks about Sebastian, his face lights up. You know, he loves that child. He misses that child. And all he does is want him home. Is that so wrong? I don't even want to talk about the snakes in the grass that try to take away from Seth, because they ain't worth the shit that I drop into the toilet, to be honest with you, because it's so disgusting to me how someone can literally answer questions because people are so darn nosy that they need to know every little droplet, stuff that doesn't matter, and yet they sit there and try to twist it again. That's for the special ed type of people over there that can't seem to grasp when they're watching truth, or when they're sticking up and kissing Christopher Proudfoot's butthole, type of thing. Like, oh, I just love this guy. He's such an amazing narcissist, controller, manipulator, and stuff like that. Huge difference what's going on there. You just can't help but feel for the man. Absolutely. And to come to know that we're almost at a year since Sebastian's disappearance. Again, as an individual, think about that. If this is your child, just think about that for a second. That your child, your only child, you have no clue if he's alive, if he's dead. You have no clue what happened to him, why he disappeared, how he disappeared. You have no knowledge of any of that, and to ever think that this, if it went on for years, and to have that most devastating thing to ever imagine, for sure. But I know we do need to get going back to this video, Missy. And thank you. Crying Out Loud, she said she sent me another email on there. So let me play out a bit more again. And again, thank you guys for being here. Again, please hit the like button. Please do it for Sebastian. Don't care about, it's not about the views and any sort of monetary value or anything like that, please. Just for Sebastian, and because you care about this case, please do that. Okay. So can I play a little bit more,
Yes, I
Melissa?
like to get it in the algorithm. So
Sorry,
when
please?
Sunny asked
Algorithm.
you guys to like it or share it, it's because it gets it in the algorithm. And getting it in the algorithm will get Sebastian's face and case out there to more
Yeah.
people.
It's just really disturbing that the shit drama channels get 1,500 viewers watching that crap, and then the people that really care about the case, get less. But anyways, all we can do is do what we do, and keep Sebastian's name out there, and do our best. But that's all that we ask, is try to get it out into the algorithm, just to keep it out there. Simply keep it out there, and not filled with a bunch of drama and crap like that. Anyways, I'm gonna play some more.
We go on to the next one. And the rocking back and forth and the no tears. And I'm like,
So now
okay,
we're on the green shirt interview.
now we're going to the green shirt. And then the
That was
whole,
the first time you got to see her body behavior, her facial
yeah.
expressions, and everything like that. Now go ahead.
And also the first change of the chain of events. And I caught that immediately. And I'm like, wait a second. And then I went back to the first and I'm like, okay, this is a child with a chromosome disorder who's just spent this crazy day, and you go in there to wake him up early, but he's gone to dinner. You're talking about how he doesn't like to be clean. He likes to be clean, or he doesn't clean himself or whatever. And he's a 15-year-old boy. You never mentioned a bath. You never mentioned medication. You just told him to go to bed. So you sent him to school dirty, and wait, okay, let's go to the next interview. And then
So
it
you
changed.
caught that too. See, it took me a little while before I realized that. If you notice, I've only started talking about that since I think May or June.
Well, I had a son that needed medication, and overstimulation during the day and bathing had to be done at night, because in the morning that was an impossibility. And after a weekend, and especially a day like that, that would be a necessity, because 15-year-old boys sweat a lot and they do not smell pretty.
And I don't see him getting up at 6 a.m. in the morning and going.
That's
and
not
taking
enough
a
time to
shower.
have breakfast, take a bath, and
Right. I mean, boys just don't do that.
no, they don't. But I mean, I'm just thinking these things as a mother. when my son was 15 who had some issues. And I'm thinking, okay. And in one interview that she had mentioned that when he's not home, the dogs sleep with her. And then that changed completely. And I'm like writing these things down. I'm like, this is not driving. I'm like, no, I'm not going to believe this. I'm not going there. I refuse. But he still kept controlling everything.
Yeah. What made you decide to look into this deeply? Because he was your relative.
We'll come back to that again. Honestly, Bullhorn Betty looks awesome in this particular live. I mean, I know a lot of times she does lives and she's not wearing no makeup and stuff like that. Bullhorn Betty is Bullhorn Betty. But yeah, I think this was a great interview. Interviews that were just a lot full of questions. I still would have liked to have heard more about her talking about the whole bonding thing a little bit, but whatever. But she does look really good in there. Now, the one thing, and Melissa, correct me where I'm wrong here, because I'm not sure if it was Christopher or Katie that said that Sebastian showered every night.
That was Christopher Proudfoot, and he said, actually, well, technically both of them. Christopher Proudfoot said that he would take his medicine at night. Katie said that his nightly routine was to take a shower, brush his teeth, take his medicine, and then go to bed, which put in my mind, well, why didn't you mention any of that stuff when you told him to go to bed at 9 o'clock?
Right.
None of that was mentioned, but it also brought back to, you also didn't tell your son that you loved him. So she didn't tell Sebastian that night she loved him, from what I can tell from any of the interviews.
She's never said anything like that back. But again, I mean, each to their own take on this, but we don't even know if the thought is true. I mean, obviously there's certain things you would think that LE would have done. And one of them would be that they, regardless of what was said during the 2-hour and 15-minute conversation, not 3 hours, conversation that, like I said, we don't know, we know that would have to be true if it is accurate, but we don't know that for sure. But we would have to think, well, you'd have to think a lot of things, that if somebody's going to put something on an open platform, that stuff can be used against you for, lying or telling the truth about stuff like that. Unfortunately, we don't have access to all that stuff to know what exactly they did, right? Like, for instance, did Katie's car, was there somebody from a family member, whether it's Bauer Sox or the Rosenbaum side or something, did somebody else's cell phone meet up around the time that Katie's driving, the time that she's driving and three-way calling because she's so hysterical and all that stuff. And it just makes you wonder, what stuff they really truly looked at and what stuff they didn't necessarily look at. But in your head, you want to believe that all these 101 things you think would be done, and maybe they have been. Maybe they haven't been, because Sebastian, like I said, he just didn't disappear. Something happened to him. There is a story. There is a timeline for what happened to Sebastian. But again, for us, it's only guesswork because we don't get to know that information about exactly what they have checked or what they not. But if there's a thought that, because sometimes, what bugs me, I want to go back to this. If Brandon Carter said to clutch them pearls, so what do you think might have happened to Sebastian? Not verbatim, but close enough. That tells me, if you even have to ask that, then you have no clue where Sebastian is at all. And you're almost like, hey, if somebody maybe throws something. Hi, Boston Beauty. By KK.
Mr. Aqua, super chat. £4.99. You're awesome. Thank you. Sending love to all in the chat who have lost loved ones and their suffering. Hang in there. It does eventually get easier. I promise. Heart.
That's nice of you to say that. Thanks for the super chat, Miss Dollar. She's a a longtime friend of this channel. She lives over in the UK. There, she's lost a loved one, her brother. Melissa has lost a son. Whatever you guys are going through, anyone that's ever lost someone, especially when it's a matter of circumstances that weren't natural causes, and that biggest hugs to you of whatever brought you into true crime and stuff like that. I never expected to be in true crime, and I've never had something like what has sadly happened to Melissa or Miss Dog Lover. Some of you guys out there, I don't know your backstories, but bless you, and bless you, Miss Dog Lover, for saying that. But if there's one thing that has my heart, it's children, and it's the wrongdoing to children. I don't care if it's abuse, anything. Children are gifts to be adorned. They are not to be abused and used. They are for us to raise them in the best manner that we can do and provide them with stability, care, love, and to give them all those boundaries and morals and guidance throughout life. That is our job. So when people go off that beaten path and they mistreat their children and stuff like that, that's what pisses me off. So when it comes to Katie and Chris, like I said, Chris he can go, like I said, take a long walk off a short pier, that man. Okay, he's a useless piece of human on this earth, but whatever, he exists, he's around. And him and Katie, again, whatever portrayal of what, if they did or did not do something to Sebastian, again, from their lips to God's ears, right? Their karma will come around if they did. And hopefully if they didn't do anything, they are the guiltiest, not guiltiest people ever, I swear. But again, as a mother, as a parent, as a person, right, this is where I get really upset, because when it's your child, that flesh that you obviously did a little hanky panky with someone, and you create this child, right, that was most times out of love, and stuff like that, and you have this beautiful child together. It's both responsibilities to bring that child up with the most love and care that child deserves. So when you don't see that happening, when I don't feel that happening, I call a spade a spade. And on this one, I'm calling Katie out. I don't think that she's doing whatever she could be doing to fight for her son and to bring the awareness to this case. I think that the father, Seth Rogers, has been doing exactly the epitome of what should be done. And again, he's doing exactly what I would do. You're matching emotions to your son. You're out there. You basically are living off of fumes, and basically you have to put all your emotions to the backside burner so that you can just function each day, with regards to Sebastian or a child that's missing or something like that. But so children will always have my heart, and not the parents, in a sense, for that part. The children, because that's what we're supposed to do as parents. And that's why Katie Proudfoot pisses me off. It's not that she's the only parent, because there's tons of cases. Look at, like I said, those 3 children. The mom basically hands them a bag and says, you know what, farewell, children, take care of yourselves, and then they find these 3 children. That's where the system and everything let them down. How do 3 children get abandoned and, for 4 years? And nobody knows about this until a rent check or something like that from the landlord. Yeah, just crazy. All right, anything else before I keep playing? I'm still 90. And
Nope, go ahead and play it.
Chris has changed his story. Yeah. Again, there's a difference when you change your story. It sticks out like a sore thumb. Just like a narcissistic personality sticks out like a sore thumb. He has done more damage to this case, himself. And yet he always continuously, right, wants to, oh yeah, sorry, Seth, you did this, so I'm not working with you. We're not working with you. All you hear, where Katie's probably right there like a dirty shirt going, yeah, we're not working with Seth. We got shit to hide over here. But anyways, I digress.
Relative of yours, and you just wanted to help?
Because I wanted to help. I wanted him found. I wanted him found for my Aunt Suzanne. I wanted him found for Katie. And then so I was digging. I'm like, okay, what can I find out that would help them? So I started with the interviews, like I said. And And then the Nancy Grace one, and I'm like, okay, I can't believe this. And my stomach just dropped. I'm like, now I want him found for my Aunt Suzanne and his dad, because this man keeps controlling this whole interview, and it is impossible to keep up with a lie. She's having trouble keeping up with her story, so he's controlling this whole narrative. And then, everything just he would call. I watched one thing where he called, I can't remember what channel it is, and I'm not going to mention any channels, pretending to be Billy Bob Thornton from Sling Blade. And like, what kind of person who's looking for their stepson does that? And then,
See what I'm saying, Melissa? Who does that, right? Who does that? That's why I love this lady, this Yada lady. I don't care what anybody says. I love this lady. And again, I think it was a really great interview. Again, I had heard about it a few times. I was like, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, Yada, but But then I seen it yesterday, and I know people have mentioned it, and I'm so glad that I went and listened to this, because I love this lady. She's pointing out exact same things. Like I said, I think most of us, have been thinking about it. What she's saying are matching our thoughts, right, Melissa? Right. She's agreeing. I'll nod for her.
Okay, yeah, I'm back. What was the question?
No, there's no question anymore. I'm sorry if you missed it. I ain't going back. Nah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
My
It's okay.
diabetes kicked in real quick.
Hey, yeah, all good. I get it, because we're diabetes ladies. That's why I have to have like zero sugar stuff. Well, tried. I don't follow my own rules, but whatever. I do at least try to drink zero sugar stuff on there. But anyways, I'll just quickly let me just go back to that little spot that she just played.
and my stomach just dropped. I'm like, now I want him found for my Aunt Suzanne.
Aunt Suzanne.
And
Grandma.
His dad, because this man keeps controlling this whole interview,
Great
and
guy.
it is impossible to keep up with a lie. She's having trouble keeping up with her story, so he's controlling this whole narrative. And then, everything just he would call. I watched one thing where he called, I can't remember what channel it is, and I'm not going to mention any channels, pretending to be Billy Bob Thornton from Sling Blade. And like, what kind of person who's looking for their stepson does that?
How many times do I say that? How many times do I say those exact same words? Who does that? Who, in the midst of a child missing, you're either the biggest loser, or you're just, I think it's a combination of both. Biggest narcissist, and only a loser would ever do something like that. That's why to me, like stuff like that, you guys, okay, it's very telling how much somebody gives a true shit, because he thinks he's being smart, but you literally are playing games while a child is missing. Your stepson that you can hardly wait walks through that door. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Who plays these type of games? Who manipulates the polygraph thing to make it seem like, well, hold on, I didn't say this. Well, you did. Okay, rewind. Yeah, you said that you both took them when somebody asked you, but when you sit there and play games, what is your purpose? Why? Because you know the truth. And again, it's a self-absorbed personality. The lives when he gets on them are because he's pissed off. And it's not because I'm getting up there to scream about Sebastian missing and everyone keep looking for him. It's always because you guys are giving misinformation about my truck, and that's bullshit and whatever. I mean, we watched Web Sleuths the other day, okay? Right? When he's on there. And then Seth joins. And all Christopher Proudfoot could do, meaning that whole interview was very telling about Christopher Proudfoot and who that douchebag is, okay? I mean, that's just clear as day. The guy was an absolute a-hole on that live. So disrespectful and ignorant. He was too busy watching chat in the Web Sleuths about people calling him an alcoholic. Which reminds me, people, because I want.
Hey, Sonny, I just got to say something real quick while you're pulling up what you're about to pull up. Something that she just said actually concerns me. That she wants Sebastian found for her aunt, which is the SO, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I understand you want him found for Seth. I understand that you even possibly want him found for Katie. For me, it's Seth. But to want him found for somebody who is an SO, a known person for CA and R and those things, right?
Well,
Like,
Suzanne is the
that
great
worries.
grandmother. Wait, Suzanne is the
Yes,
great grandmother.
she was facilitating a relationship with the grandma.
Yeah.
With Francis. And
yeah,
so that
which is her
worries
daughter.
me, like, yeah, but why is she, the great grandma, trying to facilitate with her own daughter and her own great grandson a relationship that puts him in a situation where he could potentially be harmed?
Because they don't see it the same way. Some people do. Some people that are smart do. Okay, in that. So I get what you're saying, but when you're literally like you know how it is when you're the family member, it's almost like you lighten it. It's like, well, we know the truth that didn't quite happen that way, or blah 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 blah, and you justify shit like that. So at the end of the day, that's her child, and they're not going to look at it the way from an outsider looking at that situation for sure. I don't think, So I get what you're saying, and by textbook, absolutely, but by looking at it from a family point of view, right? I mean, obviously, we know through Seth and Tony and through Yada here, because she was saying, so maybe that's where they got that information from, was from Yada about talking on FaceTime when the great grandmother and the grandmother of Sebastian, are all talking and stuff like that. So it's one of those things. I'm not even like looking at that part of it, because it doesn't, like, at the end of the day, it's about Sebastian and whatever wacko relationships are going on. So be it. But I get what you're saying though. Why is Yada kind of supporting this grandmother who's with the lady, like her daughter or whatever, that should not be around Sebastian, and supporting stuff like that, but that's kind of like a whole another element to me. It's a matter of where the heck Sebastian is on there. But so during the interview, oh, she shows her face. Hi, Melissa. And
I figured why not? I haven't shown it yet tonight,
Yeah.
so I figured why not for a minute
Yeah.
anyway.
I just want to interrupt this live for a little bit of jealousy from my part. So my husband, Ben, would not approve of you. You're supposed to be my internet husband, Ben. And all of a sudden he's throwing out all this love to Sharon. Thanks, Sharon. Love you. I told you, keep it classy in the chat. Don't flirt or flaunt your stuff, okay? Sharon, I know that you're my best female mod. No offense to anybody else. Ben, he's my favorite online husband mod. And Steffa, like I said, she's trying to put her dirty fingers in there too. But Ben, if you could just knock it down a little bit with Sharon, that would be appreciated. You guys totally know I'm joking, right? Right, Ben? Right, Ben? Sorry, Sonny. That's what I thought you said. Now, that's a controlling lady right here. Okay? That's right, Ben. Whips and chains. All right. But what I wanted to point out here, guys, is that this lady is in the home of the Proudfoots. Color me blind here, but yeah, Miss Dog Lover, you're the channel sleuth. You back off. All right. I don't see any alcohol whatsoever here, eh? Pretty sure Chris and Christopher and Katie don't drink at all. I'm pretty sure that that's just filled with bottles of water, that wine and that liquor. I mean, you can still see, you guys, that there's cups and more liquor off to the other side, let alone the stuff in the bag or the big bottle there and That's just water filled. I just want to say that. That's just for props.
That's not alcohol. That's clearly tea.
Obviously. I mean, the caps, the bottle size, yeah, clearly it's tea, obviously, right? But anyways, so when I was watching this interview, I was like, because we have learned that Katie had a drinking issue and she might still have one, we don't know, but we heard that she did have the drinking problem and stuff like that, peeing on beds and whatever. But anyways, and Christopher Proudfoot, I just want to say that I'm pretty sure that the Proudfoots don't drink. If you look at that picture, don't drink at all. You guys were be clearly wrong, spreading more rumors that don't need to be out there. But you know what? So, anyways, I just wanted to sarcastically point that out there about that. It just caught my attention when I was watching it. I was like, oh, look at all that alcohol right there. Chugging back a big.
That's electrolyte waters.
Of course it is. Absolutely, right? 40 proof is probably in that one bottle. She's probably like, oh, Sebastian's a pain in my ass, blah, 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 blah. Hers was like, oh, I'll drink to that, blah, 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 blah. Anyways.
I will say that one bottle that was in the box there, that's an expensive bottle.
It looks, yeah, it was, yeah, on there. But anyways, yeah, I just didn't want to spread false rumors and claim that those bottles were actually housed alcohol in them. But yeah, definitely electrolyte water, tea, perhaps, some sort of like Holy Spirit water. I don't know. Anyways, well, let's hit more play on this. Okay, guys.
And then calling, and I heard him on one channel where he said something about,
Yes, Patricia.
Screaming about the PI and threatening Seth's life over something that the PI did not release. It was another channel that released it about Katie's childhood, which I felt was not right. Nobody had any business releasing that. That was her personal childhood, and that just wasn't right. That wasn't nice. It wasn't cool.
Yeah, there's lots of channels like that.
And
how many of us creators would do that right now go through these kind of details about a child? I mean, at the end of the day, these things did happen. We're not going to touch on it, but these things did happen to her as a child. And those were, having some knowledge about, it might help get a history, but the details that were
details should not be released. That was not right.
Right.
To hold up pictures and no, that was so wrong. Yeah. And I don't care who you are. That's wrong. To dig that up and show it right on the screen, that's below low. Mm-hmm. And so then I felt I had reached the point where I'm going to do all I can because I want to help my Aunt Suzanne find her great grandson. Mm-hmm. And I just kept hearing these interviews, and I would see these searches, and then I would see everybody bashing Seth, and I would never hear Katie come out and say anything different because I knew things were different back then, but she would never step up to the plate. And I hear these channels and people saying, you should be working together. I don't think it's Seth not working with them. I don't think they've ever,
Sonny, I can't hear a word you're saying because you are muted.
You're right. I clicked both of them, but obviously one. But I was just lip talking there. I was just testing your abilities if you could read what I was saying. But anyways, I'd never do something like that. But what I'm saying there is, no, I see you guys are all saying muted too late now. Now I'm not muted. But anyways, my bottom line there is that, again, Christopher Proudfoot made a big stinky foot about, the whole GoFundMe. Okay. Again, if you consistently look at who took off decals off the cars, right? Who closed down their Facebook instead of, putting things out there for support for Sebastian, who kept making it about themselves, right? So it's almost like they were looking for always excuses about not working together, and again, None of it for Sebastian reasons. This is for egotistical reasons. Right, Katie? Right, Chris? Yeah. It's always been about them. Whenever they're doing interviews or taking off decals off a vehicle, again, shutting down their Facebooks and stuff like that, all these sources. And then to sit there and take Bullhorn Betty to court, okay? As if she was going to machete them and stuff like that. It's so crazy that the time being spent is caring more about this shit instead of Sebastian. Who gives a flying F? Do you think Christopher Proudfoot is scared of Bullhorn Betty? Do you even think that Katie is scared of Bullhorn Betty? They're sitting there using this time, and kind of like what's being said, right? Why are people out there trying to go against the grain of helping find Sebastian? Why are people trying to close their voices for people that truly care about Sebastian's case? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to think that anyone would stand in the way of someone trying to look for their child, you know? And all they care about is other things, but never really the focus on Sebastian. They can bullshit themselves, but they can't bullshit us. When it comes to the proof is in the pudding, the proof is what they portrayed online, the proof shows by what they're doing. And this is just ridiculous. Taking Bullhorn Betty to court. And she'll say this and she'll talk about this upcoming there. Actually, I'll wait for her to say that in the video. Just so, don't want to keep spoilers on this shit. Mutant.
But I will say, she made a valid point, Sonny, that digging this up doesn't help find Sebastian. And she's correct in that. However, that being said, I do think it's important to know that there is a registered offender that had contact with Sebastian. I think that's important to know.
That definitely is.
I don't agree with doxing people. I just don't. So I can see where they're upset about that. But I disagree with her on the fact that the criminal record of the grandmother isn't important.
I think it was more about the details of Katie. Like that's what, and obviously, if you're sitting there doxing people's address. Actually, what's your address, Melissa? If you could just say that out loud for us tonight. Your exact address, and don't bullshit me.
PO Box 169.
Yeah, 6969. Perfect.
Blankety blankety blank.
Yeah. but I think it was like again of pictures and putting that stuff out there because I mean obviously like you said there is importance about obviously if there's an actual offender and stuff like that and a person that even shouldn't be around Sebastian. I mean those people are low life losers. Okay, anyone that ever touches a child, thinks about a child in that type of way and stuff like that, is just, I mean, disgusting, despicable as it is. But I think that she was kind of more like talking about like pictures and really getting into the personal details of Katie. But, the thing is that it's never going to stop. It's always going to happen because when people get attached to a case, some people go way too far and perhaps others don't go far enough, to be honest. But you know what I mean? Like, that's not going to stop, unfortunately. So you have to take the good with the bad because, unfortunately, it is what it is. Like, as much as it might suck, it is what it is. And some people, like I said, like those useless channels over there that, are kissing Proudfoot's butthole there, like those channels are always going to exist. But it's just a matter, and it's sad, and it's too bad because they could be so much more productive in doing better things with their channels, but they have to do that to get the clicks and the views, put stuff in their pocket, stuff, things that don't matter, or they just love drama, and they just feed off of it because they're so immature and no matter how old they get, they're just, like I said, these people are adults and they act like they're 2 years old, but whatever, can't control that. But there's a lot of good people out there that are doing the right things for Sebastian or other cases, you know. So like I said, some people live and breed Sebastian's case every single moment, every single day. Yes, if it brings awareness, but sadly, it's usually because it's feeding their pocketbook, more so, And honestly, like I said, for the whole GoFundMe and stuff like that, I honestly wish that maybe there is. I think does Seth have a GoFundMe again? Does he have I thought that there was another one opened on there. But anyways,
I'm
let me put it this way. If anyone needs help, it's for money. It's Seth Rogers. It's not the Proudfoots. Like I said, they got two incomes, going on there, right? And then you have a father that, again, trying to ask for help, And in order to do that, things cost money. And so for people, there's a tons of cases where people donate money. So if you're going to donate money, give it to Seth. Send him some money through his Cash App or whatever he has now. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
And what gets me with that is where people are saying, oh, he shouldn't spend it on this or that or whatever. First of all, for the people who have donated to that, they don't care what Seth spends that money on because it was given to Seth. The man took a month off work to try to find his son. So if his sister wants to set up a GoFundMe, please do, because he's the one that needs the support.
He's the one that's actually trying to find his son. He's the one that's freaking out there all the time. So, like, am I ever going to knock the man for if somehow people buy shirts or people donate to his channel while he's doing a live? Absolutely not. Thank you, people, for being caring and truly caring where it does matter. Because there's a lot of really good people out there that understand there's a huge difference, right? And again, the people that bitch about it are the people that don't donate. Those are the people who are whining about it. The people that donated, they don't care. Here's Seth. Here's $10 for gas. Here's $50 for some flyers, right? It's not wrong to help good people. It's wrong when good people get being thrown underneath a bus or get made to feel. And we already heard as well about how he can access that money, right? That it was set up by the sister and Tony they already talked about that on the Lore Lod. Again, people want to make always this stink about it, but I'm going to say thank you to all those people that donate and don't have strings attached to know that obviously it's going to go towards helping Seth's cause for Sebastian, that people that truly care about this case. Anyway, let me hit play. My bad.
I think they cut him off.
Preach it, Sonny.
They
Preach
did.
it.
They did.
And
Tony was trying to be a spokesperson for all of them for a united front.
My ex-husband and I, with our two children, we each had spouses at the time that just didn't like the fact if we ever talked together. But if anything happened to our children, you can bet we would have been in the same room 24/7. Find him, find her. There would have been no lack of communication.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was I'd listen to all of these. Now, some of them I just couldn't stand to listen to. It just got to the point. There were a few that I just couldn't tolerate for more than 5 minutes, and I'd turn it off. And I'm like, I cannot listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
But I would go to bed at night and just pray. Let me get through another day, and then I'd do some more research and I'd watch some more interviews. People would call in a sighting, and I think it was May 2nd. Somebody called in a sighting, and immediately Chris would call in and say, "Yeah, I heard somebody just called and said they had a sighting, and the lady was being very politeful." And he said, "Well, let me give you the other end of the story. I'm Chris Proudfoot." And he was automatically debunking the sighting. Who does that?
Yeah, I remember that a couple times. You're right. I almost forgot about that.
Who does that? How do you know it wasn't a sighting?
Melissa, I'll be right back. I just need to go for a second. Talk about that though, because we know he said that a few times now, where it's like, that's not Sebastian. I already know. Before it's even confirmed. Anyways, I'll be right back.
So he has done that several times. He has said, "Oh, that's not Sebastian." The North Carolina sighting. Most recently, the skeletal remains that were found. Oh, that's not Sebastian. Well, first of all, how do you know that? And the only way he could confidently say that and be correct is if he knows A, what happened, and B, where Sebastian is. Because he was telling us that that was not Sebastian long before cops were, right? So he can't know that. And, something I want to point out is Christopher Proudfoot always wants to say, oh, Sebastian just Houdini'd, was one word, or he always wanted to be a ninja and he just vanishes into thin air. Children do not vanish into thin air, okay? Children do not ninja. Children do not Houdini out of their home in the middle of the night. And so for him to be able to confidently say, well, that's not Sebastian, or that can't be Sebastian. Well, how do you know that? How do you know that before law enforcement? And the only way you could know that is if you know where Sebastian is and or what happened to him, in my opinion. What do you guys think? So Karen says yes, because Sebastian is a Houdini, and poof, yep, he just ninja'd off the front porch. He just poof. Don't know where he went, just poof. And he's so nonchalant when he talks about it. For me, I don't hear any worry in his voice. Whereas when Seth talks about Sebastian, I hear the worry and the concern. And I don't hear that from the Proudfoots. But again, their words are doing them in. And, that's like Elevated Truth, right? He jumped up on Elevated Truth's podcast. Hold on, I'll get you the day. But he did that not because he wanted Sebastian found. He did that because they were talking about his truck on the geofencing, and that was in December 19th, 2024. It's linked in the document along with timestamps, but that's what irritates him. That's what gets him mad. And I've never once, and if you can find one, please point it out, because I have never heard Seth call into a show and pretend to be somebody else. It is always, this is Seth Rogers. I'm from Clarksville, Tennessee. I'm Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' dad. It's never a fake voice or trying to be somebody he's not. And you get the exact opposite of that from the Proudfoots. Exactly. Even Houdini didn't vanish into thin air. So.
And I just want to add to that, because Melissa, on Chris McDonough there, Chris McDonough interview room, okay? He was from the Suzanne Morphew case as well. But anyways, so Seth had called in and he was like angry. And the reason why he was angry, meaning he didn't say he was Seth Rogers right away. He just called in and he basically wanted to know why people would try to derail people searching for their son. And then Chris McDonough, you see the little smirk get on his face, but he knew it was Seth. But Seth didn't, it's not like Seth was hiding it. So, of course, what do you think happened, right? Of course, now these low-life channels, whatever, they're sitting there going that Seth was called out. Like it was some major thing that Seth was called out. Now, I hadn't known about it, and so I went back and watched that one just to see. And it was such a joke. It's not like he was trying to hide that it was Seth Rogers. He just basically had called in and said, so, for these people that are why would somebody do that? Why would people try to derail looking for a child? But all of a sudden it became this, like I said, again, why? For clicks and views. how Seth was somehow trying to secretly call in. He wasn't trying to disguise his voice at all, but that's just how a channel takes one thing and runs with it. Like Seth is called out on an interview room by Chris McDonough, blah, 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 blah. Such a joke. Like, seriously. So that's so focused on Sebastian, isn't it? So truly focused on Sebastian. But that's the bottom line of it. Why are these people trying to derail from finding a child? Now,
and that's something, Seth will always say, Sonny, he will always say in almost every interview, this is about Sebastian. This is about my son. Help me find my son. It's constant. He's bringing everything back to Sebastian, whereas the prophets don't. They make it about themselves.
Yeah. Like I said, the way it should be on there. I remember that one. 1 second here. Now, actually, I'm just going to stop this one for a second, just to play something else quickly. And thanks, Crying Out Loud. So we'll make this one bigger. This is the one. This is the Reels
We need your
interview.
help to find a missing Tennessee teenager. During the early morning hours of February 26, 2024, 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. That's about 20 miles north of Nashville. He's not been seen or heard from since. And Sebastian is now the subject of an Amber Alert. Joining us now is Sebastian's mom, Katie Proudfoot. Katie, thanks for being with us under what must be very difficult circumstances. First of all, how are you and your family holding up?
I would say that this isn't a tragedy that we would wish anyone to ever experience. We're keeping our faith and we're praying every day that we're going to find Sebastian.
What's the latest on the search?
So law enforcement is exploring any and all possibilities. They're communicating daily with us about updates and the statuses. We have faith that all the law enforcement agencies involved are doing everything that they can, and we're going to find Sebastian and bring him home.
We know the most important thing right now is to get the word out about Sebastian. What would you like our viewers to know about your son?
Sebastian, he is high-functioning autistic. He loves animals. He loves video games. He loves fishing.
You're so goofy.
He's typically a very, very sweet boy. He can be quite temperamental, though, if he's overstimulated or if he's stressed out. He has a unique run. He runs like the Naruto anime character. When he's excited, he likes to dab, and he loves music. He loves to dance.
That's all very helpful information. Now, if Sebastian is out there watching, what would you like to say to your son?
I would say, Bubba, we love you. We all love you so much. Wherever you are, just know that we are not going to stop. We're going to keep searching. We're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And if you ever get an opportunity, find a phone, find a safe adult, call 911. But I'd also like to ask our community to please keep searching your properties. Keep sharing his flyer. If you know something or you see something, please say something. Call the law enforcement immediately.
We're going to do everything we can to help find him.
Thank you.
Now, let's take a good look at Sebastian. He's 15 years old, 5'5", 120 pounds, with light brown hair and brown eyes, and wears glasses. If you've seen Sebastian or know anything about his disappearance, please call the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children at 1-800-THE-LOST. That's 1-800-843-5678. And you can also reach out to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-TBI-FIND.
We'll take that one back down. So a lot of people felt like that was really scripted, like the way that she was speaking. And actually there was things in there. It's like, I agree. And because there's things out there, it's like we heard Christopher Proudfoot say those words, like they're doing everything and anything and da-da-da-da-da-da. and stuff like that. What was your takeaway from that one?
Well, what got me is there was 0 tears. Like,
oh, that's yours.
She tried to portray that she was crying, but there were 0 tears.
There wasn't. No. Usually when Steph's doing an interview, like and maybe this is where that, colder heart is perhaps lies, but Seth always wiping away tears, and this was like a lot sooner. He's still wiping away tears a year later, right? And that interview, when was that interview? Oh, I don't know that I see the date because it was sent to me here. It was on TikTok, so I actually can't see that date. But that was like long time, like a long time ago, about at least 8 months ago. For there. So again, a lot of people felt that was scripted. For me personally, it was. So this interview, I just have to say, because the internet was kind of going wild, when it came to Katie, because nobody wanted to hear from Christopher Proudfoot anymore, right? It's like, shut the fuck up, Christopher Proudfoot. We want to hear from Katie. And then this interview comes out, and it was almost like predicted, like premeditated, that, well, Katie, now you know what? How about you do an interview? Make it look like you're by yourself instead of me, it was like it was premeditated like that, because this distinctly came after there was a lot of backlash for Katie. Do you guys, generic bullshit. But you guys remember that? Because I remember that distinctly about that interview. And it was almost like when somebody's like playing a game. So we have to show the public, that no, Katie, you do care. You truly care. So, you know what? Why don't you go do an interview by yourself? And that's exactly what I remember. It's the only thing I ever think about when I think about that interview was it was just so predictable, like premeditated, that here, Katie, show that you can do interviews too by yourself. But anyways, we'll go back to this one here and hit play. Where are we here? Okay.
In Georgia, May 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder, are they just sitting there watching all of these channels? And I've heard him a few times say some of the most horrible things.
Same.
Yeah.
And she doesn't speak. And the final thing for me was seeing her in court. The look on her face. I cried.
Describe what you think that look meant for you.
That look on her face looks like somebody who was just so self-satisfied. Just the look of, I mean, at one point, even Chris turned back to her to say something, and she just didn't even look at him, and she said something to him, and he even looked like a puppy.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh my gosh, she just looks like she is so proud of herself and the queen, and she is right where she wants to be. And it bothered me so much. And all of these channels were live casting it and just drooling over, you going to jail or whatever. And I'm like, what is going on? What I want more than anything, and I can't see the chat. I don't know what anybody's saying. I quite honestly, that doesn't bother me. What I want is for this stuff to stop and for people to light everything up green and find this boy alive, not alive, bring some closure, or bring that boy home to his dad, to his family, to his grandmother. His great grandmother. He deserves it.
Right.
And quit twisting words, quit manipulating words. I can't say for certain if anybody in my family has them. I do not believe they do. I do not believe anybody would do that.
Mm-hmm.
She does have a couple of stepsisters and like 3 stepbrothers,
Mm-hmm.
a couple in California. She does have a lot of friends and stuff down in Georgia. Maybe he is somewhere, but he will never be the same little boy. Because if he is somewhere, he's being told a whole lot of stories.
Gotcha.
And he can't hide forever, which is why I pray for Seth. I pray for Sebastian. I pray for clarity and for peace. For God's sakes, people, please. This is about Sebastian. This is not about hate.
Amen.
Quit with the hate. All of the YouTubers, just stop. All of this Facebook stuff, just stop. Just look for him.
Yeah.
And I don't, do I believe Sumner County Sheriff's Department? Honest opinion? No. I've not seen one shred that makes me believe that they did anything.
Yeah.
Where I live,
That's how I feel kind of too. To be honest
where I
with
live
you.
in Virginia, that would not have taken. Well, maybe not here. I live in a good old boy town here in Washington County, Virginia. But where I grew up in Virginia Beach, that would not have happened.
Yeah. You said something, if you don't mind, I just got a couple questions. You said right where she wants to be. You guys didn't grow up with a whole lot of money, did you?
No. Lord, no. Our parents were born and raised in this little teeny town in Southwest Virginia called Damascus. They migrated to Norfolk, Virginia. We were all born and raised in the Norfolk, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach area. And our parents worked hard for what we got. We had what we needed, not a whole lot of what we wanted. And we had, none of us had money, and we had to work. I started working when I was 16, went to school. I worked at McDonald's, and I was on the field hockey team. So we had to earn our own money, but no, we did not grow up with any wealth whatsoever. And
what do you think about her lifestyle now?
oh Lord, that's something she's not gonna leave that. A lifestyle that is like 500 times bigger and better than anything we would have ever imagined as children. More than 500. Way more.
Now, I believe you stated this, but just because I missed it, and I apologize, I don't want to rehash anything that might be a little sensitive. But at what was the defining factor that started making you doubt the story between, about Sebastian? Was it just the interviews, or was it something else?
The interviews. One interview. It was. Well, I woke up, went in there in his bedroom to wake him up at 6 o'clock. He wasn't there. I called Chris. I can't find him. Within he three-wayed he called Sumner County Sheriff's. Within 3 minutes, the police were lined up down the street. She checked the closets and stuff, but within 3 minutes, the police were lined all the way down the street. It was specifics, details. 3 minutes, they were here. I called him. Next one, I got up, I went in his room. He wasn't there. I looked around the house, thought he might have been in the kitchen, and I'm like, no, that you would have seen that. And so I got in my car and I called him, and I was driving around and we three-wayed the sheriff's department. I'm like, well, you just said you didn't leave home, and he was there in 3 minutes. The police.
See what I'm talking about? Smart lady. Same things that bug a lot of us. It's the same things that Yada's catching as well, right? If it walks like
Yeah,
a duck,
we've
like a
said
duck.
that before, how,
Oh, absolutely,
the
all the time.
inconsistencies of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And even the detail of the flashlight coming out in the Duchess video, the first one, right? Never really to be brought up again until later interviews and stuff like that. The shirt, that whole conversation on the web sleuths, remember with the shirt? It was just ridiculous. Just answer the damn question, Christopher Proudfoot. And he was talking
Oh,
like
you're
everyone
talking about where they talked about it being a long sleeve shirt, and then it took like 5 minutes to figure out he only had one shirt.
Yeah, and they just see the whole anger, going on and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm like I said, that interview. What I was going to say about that interview before, guys, is that could have been a brilliant interview. It could have been, but it wasn't. It was very telling about Christopher Proudfoot and his personality that's so sweet, kind, and loving. during that particular interview. But the thing that really pissed me off about that interview, nothing to do with Trish from Web Sleuths, what pissed me off about that interview is that it was a time that could have been used to talk about the details surrounding the disappearance of Sebastian and to clear up things and talk about things. And instead, he was taking offense to things in chat. He was every time he kept interrupting to talk about his own shit again. You know, I remember when Seth come on there and he's like, you know, talking about how like the Bauer socks, and he's constantly like, he's totally, like I said, a narcissist, because Christopher Proudfoot is that person. Like my twin sister does this to me, and it really pisses me off. It's when they literally say things like, well, I already know what you're thinking, so basically get to the point, right? And I remember Seth kept saying like, just trying to clear up the rumor, Chris. Just trying to clear up the rumor. And basically Chris is saying like, yeah, bullshit, you're not. You're just trying to cause more drama and blah, blah, blah. Suck on my mummy's titty, you know, and stuff like that. Instead of him just at any point during that interview, it was sadly side railed by his anger, his ignorance, his rudeness, his self-absorbed personality. And if that wasn't a clear indicator to people about how narcissistic and self-absorbed Christopher Proudfoot is, that was a clear live to show that side. Unfortunately, it should have been about finding Sebastian and the details that people could clear up. You know, for like, thing is that, like I said, there's people that need to have things cleared up. There's things that are just common sense that you actually don't even need cleared up. But like, kind of like what Seth was saying on like the Lore Lodge, like, I'm not gonna lie, the first part of that I was kind of bored by those freaking rumors, because again, it's just shit that either had no relevance or who gives a shit. You know, like these rumors have been talked about. The people that are gonna keep bashing Seth, it doesn't matter what you say to most of them. Maybe if it helps one person, you know, grab a brain cell, you know, type of thing. But it's like, I know that he was kind of like, you know, okay, like how, like you could see in that lore a lot, at least what it looked like at the start of that one. Like Seth's just kind of like, he honestly felt like he didn't want to be there. Like that's the impression I got. Like, okay, let's go through this shit type of thing again and again and again. You know, even though like the Lord Lodge is a, you know, a great guy, the Aiden's there. But even I fell a fucking sleep during that.
You fall asleep during a lot of stuff.
All around and I'm singing. I desert you, Spirit Seeker. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. You can use those hearts now, the Sebastian hearts. Did you take Tyler? I think she's talking to you. What were you going to say, Melissa?
I don't remember. But, you know, something you were talking about, the anger that he shows, you know, and that goes back to what I was saying a while ago, is he doesn't get on these lives to, you know, keep Sebastian's name out there and keep his face out there. He gets on these lives to gripe, groan, and complain because somebody said something he doesn't like. Unlike Seth, who gets on there and either dispels rumors or keeps it about Sebastian, and Christopher Proudfoot can't be asked to do that. But remember, he says, and has said multiple times, I think he even said it in Web Sleuths, that he's very respectful and he's never got on here and, you know, went off on chat. What the hell do you think you're doing, mofo?
Another lie. Like, that's a narcissist for you, right? They literally go on Web Sleuths and say, you know, I've never been disrespectful and blah, blah, blah. You know, like I said, that, you guys, I can't say this enough. A narcissist says those things, okay? They can't help themselves. Like, they literally can't help themselves. And Christopher is a textbook narcissist personality, okay? He acts like he's projecting that he's on these, going on these streams to talk about Sebastian. Never the case. It's always, sure, he'll bring Sebastian up, but it's always about either starting arguments because he's pissed off with something, Oh my God, how many times has he been rude? When he says he's respectful, like it's that so like that's like a freaking Santa Claus jelly bowl laugh. Seriously, when he says stuff like that, how do you respect a liar? How do you respect an abusive personality? How do you respect him at all? Well, 5 women apparently were either they were obviously taken over by aliens in their brains for a bit there till they came to their senses. And then Katie here, she's just like, it almost feels like Katie is coming across like a desperado. Christopher, I'll do anything to keep staying with you. I mean, I don't want you to go to wife number 6. I love you, Christopher. If it means getting rid of my son, okay. That's what it really feels like, to be honest with you. Like, again, if she's supportive of that, she's just as pathetic as Christopher Proudfoot, honestly. Like, that's what it comes across like somebody that more cares about the relationship with Christopher than her own son. That's how it comes across to me. Hate to be a hater, but I am when it comes
Something
to
Sharon said, Sonny, a while ago is she's never known a parent, a mother, to have to read off cue cards. And in my opinion, that's what Katie Proudfoot was doing on Live Patrol. But, we've talked about it before. It's always, they have to be poked and prodded, and it's like pulling teeth to get them to talk about Sebastian. And they will say something nice, rarely, but when they do, it's always followed by something negative. Am I a person that lights up a room when I walk into it? No, I'm probably the biggest bitch most people will meet.
Oh my God, really? So we have the opposite effect then, because I go into a room and I'm just like, hey, how's everyone going? Yeah.
But if I go missing, I expect you to say something positive about me.
Well, not now that I know you're such a bitch. Ain't gonna happen. Well, I love you, bitch.
Oh, off topic, but did you get my thing the other day where the Canadians and the US played hockey and they got into this big old brawl multiple times? And I posted it and I said, I still love my Canadian bestie.
No, I didn't see that. Did you send it? You sent it to me?
Yeah, I sent it to you and it's on my other Facebook. But yeah, I sent it to you on Messenger. But yeah.
Oh, I have to go take a
But
look.
I mean, it's just when somebody is missing, you want to say the positive things and you want to keep their name and face out there. And I just don't see that from the Proudfoot camp.
No, and I understand, right? Because no kid's perfect and all this stuff, and you like I said, you're trying to get. I mean, we'll get back into this, but like I said, the whole there, it's clear as day here to me, and it always has been, that Seth, and when he had Sebastian, it was like 2 different households. It's like at his dad's, his dad's, is basically like, son, you still got rules to follow here, but he treated him like he was his child. And like I said, and that exudes from when he speaks about Sebastian. You do not feel that same thing at the Proudfoot home. It's like this, army based structure. And I get that they were both in the army and stuff like that, but it feels like a child that is totally living 2 different lives. The shitty one at the Proudfoots and the good life at the dad's, and people keep wanting to knock Seth for, I don't know, one parent having to work 12-hour shifts and stuff like that. Like, where were you for your son and blah, blah, blah. And you're just a part-time dad only having them 2 days a week. Again, do you know the facts? I mean, Katie said herself that, he was the cheerleader, whoever it was. Whenever there was plays and all those different things that go on in school and stuff like that. But come on, use common sense, especially if you're a single parent out there. And my twin sister was a single parent for a long time, and I saw her go through the struggles of what she had to do or the assistance that she needed, to try to raise her kids, and by herself, in a sense. Like, yeah, there was the part-time fathers that, gave money and stuff like that and had them on every other weekend and stuff like that too. But the thing is that, again, right, is that he's a single person income, and he needs a job to support himself and to support his child. And people just keep wanting to sling shit as if somehow that they're sitting on this in this glass house and with the perfect windows without any cracks in it. Okay. Anyway, preach it.
And let me just
Ben?
point out something else, honey.
All right.
Think about this for a minute. People need to stop and look at this. Like, Seth actually moved, like, across country, pretty much, to be with his son. And everybody wants to say, oh, Seth was abusive, blah, 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 from the Proudfoot camp. Okay, well, if he was so abusive, then explain to me why Clee and Chris both said that he was in Sebastian's life and he was a good dad and all this other stuff. He was not a bad parent. This man, out of everybody in this situation, out of the three, is the only one that is continually looking for Sebastian, continually keeping his name out there.
I'm going to live, yeah.
And you don't see that from them.
Nope. And sorry, so nobody came to my rescue, I see from the chat, as you know, when you guys drink something and it goes down the wrong pipe instead of the right pipe. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened there with the OJ. Okay. What it was, what's that joke? Something like the OJ, the juice will get you. Anyways, that's all that went through my head all of a sudden there. That dirty joke about OJ Simpson. The juice will get you. Well, Sharon, I didn't see you coming to save me and giving me some help here. But yeah, I'm okay. Good night, Miss Dog Lover. Well, there's Miss Dog Lover faking us with her good night, everybody.
We'll see her in an hour.
Miss Dog Lover, thank you for your 2 super chats tonight. Thank you so much. Love you, girl. You take care. I know you're not leaving the chat right now like you keep saying, but thank you so much, and we'll pretend like you're leaving, okay? And thank you, Spirit, for becoming a member. Okay, back to the video. Back to the video.
Within 3 minutes. What's this about you driving around looking and him telling you to hurry up and get home, so you ran home, or you mean you drove home? And then the no medicine, no bath, and then the thud in the last one, and the polygraphs, and it was too many lies, too many changes. And he kept controlling the interviews because every time she spoke, the story changed, and it seemed to change with what was going on online. If you compare the interviews to what people were saying online, the trash can.
That's what I'm talking about, okay? That's exactly what I'm talking about. That reels that we just watched, that was like one of those premeditated things, right? They're changing according to what's going on. And that's what I'm talking about. Christopher Proudfoot, narcissist that he is, he cares more about the perception about how he's looking. And he was pissed. He was pissed that everyone was picking on them and not on Seth. You don't think for 1 second, people, that Christopher Proudfoot wasn't laughing his ass off when the tide started shifting on Seth and people started basically, when Katie's paperwork came out, not Seth's, but Katie's, right? Everyone started bashing Seth, a bunch of traitors, stabbing him in the back any chance that they could, and all that stuff. And it was sickening. It was literally sickening to watch ants literally go, you know what? Let's turn on Seth now. I have never changed my opinion of Seth and his looking for his son in this entire time. And it makes me puke when people don't have brain cells, that they don't read between the lines and see what's going on. And all they do is follow channels and believe those drama channel shit and stuff like that. God gave you a brain and freaking use it, but it really, the Proudfoots were notorious for trying to change the perception about themselves. And like I said, that's why they were more than elated when the tides turned on Seth. That's kind of when I stopped kind of covering the case a little bit there. Not because I was forgetting it, but it was because it was so stupid to me, because there was no new information coming out and it was just getting drama filled and ridiculous. And I was like, oh my God. Right. And then the whole T-Rev bullshit crap as well. And it's just like I said, it was just like you're in a third world watching this whole change and shift. And then all of a sudden it's like all these people were like, yeah, Christopher Prophet, yeah. Like, let's, Christopher Proudfoot, he had no problem, right? He just fought. Like, think about Christopher Proudfoot, and this just goes without saying, you are who your friends are, right? So shit follows shit. So what channels does typically, right, anymore, what channels does he go on? Well, let's just take a look at that. And I don't know, the shit channels, right?
Think about it too, Sonny, like Cluminati, right? She was against the Proudfoot. Right, she was all on Seth's side. Then she met. I've never met Seth. Right, she met Seth, and she's like, I don't like him. Right, so now all of a sudden, because she doesn't like him, the fact of the case itself, the fact that Katie is the last person that's seen Sebastian, Katie was alone with Sebastian. Sebastian did not Houdini or poof into thin air like Christopher wants to say, and yet now it's got to be Seth. Because I don't like Seth. Well, whether or not you like somebody don't effing matter. It's a matter of fact. Look at the facts, and people like her want to blame.
Well,
somebody
Jay
who's
for
on
Justice
camera
did the
at a
same
jail.
thing. Yeah, but Jay for Justice did the same thing. She totally flipped her shit against Seth before it was against Christopher. And then also, I swear to God, it was like people going, oh my God, so Christopher Proudfoot's coming up on my live? Oh, now we have to befriend him, whether it's a fake or real relationship going on there, right? About the kissing ass part. They're just using. And that's the part, like, that's what part that bugs me about, like, T-Rev, okay? Seth was good enough for you while you could get information out of him and act like, hey, dude, come on up here. I'm all about children and fighting for justice. Oh, wait a second. Let's play fucking games. And then Seth's what? Seth decides that he only wants people to surround him that actually care. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, let me just find that knife to stab him in the back. Oh, let me say these things about Seth now. The stuff, I was holding close to my vest while we were friends. But now that we're not, now that me and him, are having slinging stuff, now I'm going to tell you all that stuff that I held close to my back. Makes me puke. Literally makes me puke, right? That literally these people do this. And honestly, a lot of it is just, like I said, whatever gives someone their channel the most clicks and views. And we all know that drama does. We all know throwing out bullshit. Doesn't matter where it comes from, that people like drama. That's why people buy the Star magazine, the Inquirer magazine. That's why people like to watch the shit on YouTube that is about drama and stuff with stars and celebrities, because that shit sells, unfortunately. Sad, but it's true, right? And like I said, so it's just kind of, like I said, watching this whole tide turn, how it turned on Seth. Like, it's tilted back, but the point is that it was just always should have been about Sebastian, regardless. And common sense tells you by watching the parents and how they're doing things, like I said, on the, what they're projecting to the public and stuff like that, that matters. It matters because we all know in these cases of true crime that there's so many parents out there that literally had everything to do with their child go missing. And yet they're standing out there lying boldly to your face going, the last time I seen my child, was, he was just out front here. No, don't look in the garage because he's not in that trash can. Don't look there because last time I seen him, I'm just so worried about him. And you see this shit happen over and over again. And the parents had everything to do with it, and stuff like that. In this case, Sebastian disappeared out of thin air and Katie was the last person to see him. And they're projecting this. But anyways, back to the point there being, the point is that the Proudfoots definitely have been exactly what Yada is saying, exactly what we've seen, is that they're going to the flow and ebb of what's being said about them, and they've been changing their stories and stuff like that along the way. And it's noticeable. I mean, that's why, like I said, this is a smart lady. You guys are smart enough to see this stuff too, right? It's not like it's, like I said, it's not like it's hiding in the dark there. It's, crystal clear what's going right. Christopher Proudfoot, you guys, Christopher Proudfoot he gets turned on whenever he says someone crystal clear. Crystal clear. Is that turning you on? That's all he cares about. It's not like he's caring about Sebastian or whatever. Anyways, I'll go.
There was a video of the trash cans. And the next story, he had chores, so I sent him out to take the trash. Well, that had been posted on video, so that was integrated into her story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, she can't keep up with what she's told people. And I was just writing these notes, and I'm looking back and forth and back and forth. I'm like, and it was like my whole body froze. I'm like, oh my God, what have they done? What has happened? Why? And that was my question, why? And then I see those custody papers, and I knew those words were lies. They put all that on the custody papers, but then as soon as she goes back to her mother, they were in such danger from you. And I'm like, again, what is going on?
This is, I got to tell you, one of the this is a weird experience for me. I can tell you that. I don't really know what to say other than that.
I've never, I have never followed, I'm not a big YouTube follower. I don't watch these things. And, do I watch Investigation Discovery? Of course, every woman does, but I'm not one of those deep crime divers or anything. But I got in this because Sebastian is blood of my blood, basically. And I happen to love my Aunt Suzanne dearly. And I have been sick just watching this and seeing, they leave, they go, 2.5, 3 weeks after, not even that, he's missing. And then, he can be anywhere by now. No, as a mother, if my child, I don't care if my child was 30 years old, as a mother, I would not leave. I would have my cell phone planted to my ear. And if I wasn't home, as soon as I got home, my porch light would be on, and I would never leave my house, much less go camping. He said he had to go back to work, but he had just said that he was told not to go back until this was all done. It was lie after lie, and leave the house. And they've been vacation since then. She went to Myrtle Beach.
Again, this lady, she's just freaking iconic to me, man. Same thing I kept saying about that. In that same Nancy Grace interview, he literally says that it's up in the air. And then towards the end part there, she says, well, why did you go? And he says, to work. And it's like, well, hold on. You literally just said, and I don't care. Don't make no excuses, because he literally said, because she said, like, I understand, obviously, you kind of got to go work. It's been, so long and so I understand, why you're not working, basically. And then, that's why he said, like, yeah, well, it's up in the air. And then, well, why are you there? To work. Okay. It's one of those things that, to me, in the same damn interview, well, why didn't you say that at the start? You're there to work, not that it's up in the air. Second time so like I said, so that just made me laugh. And this lady is saying the exact same darn shit, because that stuff sticks out. Did I say how smart I think this lady is? I'm always going to bed. I know. Miss Dog Lover.
But he
right?
will say something, and then in the very next breath, contradict himself. And that is something that he has done from the start.
One of the things that really bugs me, and I know that they touched on it on Lore Lodge, when Christopher Proudfoot had basically said, if people knew about Sebastian, basically, they wouldn't be searching for him. How the hell do you ever say something like that? Again, that's not about Sebastian. That's not about Sebastian saying something like that. And then Lord Lodge is like, do you know what he was referring to? And Seth is like, yep. And then it's something about it possibly. And then it was only involving Sebastian and stuff like that. Either way, why would you say something like that, you evil piece of crap? Why would you even say something like that out of your mouth, Christopher Proudfoot? Or when he said to Seth on
Well,
this
that
chat,
goes back to Sonny. Remember, he told Seth, "What are you going to do if this goes south?" Or when
yeah,
he
that's
called
exactly what he
Seth to
said.
tell him that Sebastian was missing, it was, "Don't be mad."
Mhm. I know, right? It's because you know why? Because he just doesn't give a shit. That's why. Like, again, I can't say this enough. Narcissistic man at his, textbook, just textbook to how one is.
They've been to Louisiana, and I'm like, this is not how people with missing children behave. Apparently, to me, it just, in my opinion, it's like they know he's not coming home. Because
How's that make you feel?
if I start crying now on your show, I will not stop. So I'm going to say that.
Okay.
It's sick. To me, it makes me sick.
When
I
was the
know.
last time you spoke to Frances?
Before she went away.
Okay, so you haven't spoken to her anytime recently since she's been out or
No,
otherwise.
I take that back. I did see her when my Uncle Don passed away.
Oh, so she was out at that time.
Yes.
Did Katie speak to her mother at all?
Yeah.
Do you know if they have regular communications to this day?
I can't say for certain, but it appears to me they do.
Did Sebastian speak with her at all that you saw? Well,
Yes.
at the funeral.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear rumors whether he maintained that communication with his grandmother or not?
Well, they're in, Suzanne and Frances are right there together. So if they're FaceTiming, I'm sure it would be mutual.
Gotcha. So she's still, because Aunt Suzanne is one of her favorite aunts as well.
Aunt Suzanne is Katie's grandmother.
Grandma. Why do you keep mixing it up, aunts and uncles? Sorry, I apologize.
Because they're my aunts. They're my aunt and uncle.
Oh, okay, got it.
But they're Katie's grandparents.
Gotcha. So, and then that was her favorite because she was very close to her grandfather,
Oh.
and Aunt Suzanne was his wife.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. My Uncle Don was a wonderful, wonderful man. He could play the guitar too. See, we grew up when we were little. On Fridays, we would be a couple of my aunts and uncles, my Uncle Don and another aunt of mine, my Aunt Betty. They all lived in the same little apartment complex, and all the cousins, aunts and uncles, we'd go there, and my dad and a couple of my uncles, they would play guitar, and we would all run around the neighborhood. That was the fun night out.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it was no extravagance. And all the way up, that's how we were.
Did Katie play an instrument?
I don't think so.
Okay. Does Katie have anything to do with your side of the family anymore?
She does with Aunt Suzanne, and she did go to Aunt Suzanne's wedding. I think that was in 2020 in North Carolina. She did go to that. So yeah, her aunt and uncle and Suzanne, and yeah, she does them, but she doesn't really, I guess because she left and she really doesn't know many of us anymore. I mean, they kind of tucked her away when she went to live with her dad and her aunt. They kind of tucked her away from us. I mean, when she was at Don's funeral, we had to it was like reintroducing ourselves to her. We never forgot about her. It was always, we'd see Uncle Don and Aunt Suzanne. How's Katie doing? What's she up to? And we would get updates. Oh, she's graduating. She's going to culinary school. She's doing great. And then, oh, she got married and she's moving to Georgia, or she moved to Georgia to get married. And then we found out, a year and a half later that she had Sebastian, because her uncle and his wife, their daughter is like 3 months older than Sebastian. So they had kids the same year.
How is your family coping with all this? Not just Sebastian's disappearance, but the craziness of this case.
Silence.
Just everything. They're just silent.
Unnervingly silent. And I know they're paying attention to it. Now, I do know my cousin on the east coast of North Carolina, I've seen her name listed on like some Duchess things, but I don't know. I've not heard a word. No Facebook post, no nothing.
I feel like this next question is already answered, and but just to clarify, after watching Katie and her behavior in the multiple interviews, and I don't want you to accuse anybody or anything like that, but do you, since her son's been missing, do you believe she's hiding something based on the behaviors you saw in those interviews?
In my opinion,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think she's hiding a lot. And I think that Chris would probably do anything to make sure she's never able to express that all by herself with somebody. He is in control of the narrative at this point. He seems like he will protect her. And I don't think she's going to. Now, if anybody could get through to her, if she was hiding anything, it would be my Aunt Suzanne. Lord knows if my Uncle Don were alive today. I think he's probably rolling in his grave right now, but he would know. But if anybody in this family would know or could find out, it would be probably my Aunt Suzanne.
Gotcha.
But in my opinion, I think she's hiding a lot. And
Gotcha.
there's a lot to be found out, but I don't think that local law enforcement area is ever going to do that. So, and I don't think Chris will allow it.
Yeah, and you knew Seth for a little, or you've
No.
recently known Seth. You didn't know him personally when they got together or
No.
married.
I have never
You
met
did
him in
know of
person.
him.
I'm only from the wedding, from him asking permission, but I've never met him. I
What do you
knew.
think about him going through everything that he's been going through
Oh
online?
my
You
gosh.
witnessing all the things that they say about him, even though you don't know him, I'm sure you still knew of him and the relationship between him and Katie. What say you about these crazy bully campaigns?
Oh
I
my
don't know what
gosh.
else to call them.
What say I? People, I guess people have nothing better to do with their lives, but he's not out there smearing the mother of his child. If Sebastian's alive, nobody wants to hear that.
Mhm.
And he is getting dragged through the mud over lies. This whole grooming thing blows my mind. When I heard that, I was like, no, that's not true. And
Why do you say that?
she had a boyfriend. And this is just sickening. They're going to make it just because they got married when she was 18 and moved to Georgia. Nobody knows what was going on at the time when they left. I do. And it's not anything I'm going to divulge because quite personal, quite honestly, these were terrible things and it's nobody's business. And I am not here to bash or talk about personal situations in her life or his life or anybody's life, because you know what? That's not what this is about.
No.
And that particular time probably was a very difficult time for Katie, but it wasn't him grooming.
You're right.
And she was over 18, no. And she graduated from Green Run High School, I know that, and was in culinary school and was a chef at a nice fancy restaurant at the oceanfront. So he's not out there bashing her. And what gets me is she's not out there correcting it because it seems like a hate mission. It seems like I'm not done ruining you yet. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion. It just seems like it's one thing after the next because there's so much that could be said that she could be saying, and we don't hear it. You know, why she can't work with him, can't we all just get along? For lack of a better phrase, can't we all just get along for the sake of this beautiful little boy? And the only conclusion I can come up with is because there seems to be a total lack of concern on one side, in my opinion. And that's
amen to that.
Terrifying.
And you've been bottling a lot of stuff up.
I mean, that's honestly what I was saying. At the same time, I was like, amen to that. Because it's true. You know, it's supposed to be about Sebastian Rogers, again, putting out things like that we know to be factual and discussing it, the possibilities of what happened to Sebastian, instead of it being so divided, and unfortunately, I mean, who knows if the tides ever turn that way. I guess we'll ever see what happens, but you're not going to stop the drama channels for being the drama channels. But, I mean, it would be nice if they were focused on that, just using your platform for the better of the good instead of for, evil purposes or, money sake and purposes. But, like I said, we're not going to fix that. But again, like when you so far listening to Yada here, that you come across as pretty sensible and logical and seeing the same red flags that we're all seeing, we know, I'm sorry, but we know we're the smart ones here because we know that we are thinking about things, critical thinking about scenarios, thinking about red flags that are standing out to us and stuff like that. And we're not creating false narratives, drama, and all that stuff that some of those other channels like to do. And it's sad when people use their platforms that way, but again, each to their own, right? Like they have a right to do that. But I just call it, karma. If that's when I always say to myself, I'm glad I'm me and not you. When it comes to people like that, if you're in it for the right reasons and stuff like that, and I'm not talking about money and stuff like that. I'm just talking about if you're in it for the right reasons about the case and caring about a case, it would surely be nice if people would use their platforms, because they truly actually care about a case, than turning it into a bunch of attacks all the time. And like I said, some of these creators, right, their whole life is based around talking about how much they hate a certain creator, back and forth drama going on. And what are you really doing for Sebastian's case, really? Besides getting people to believe in your false crap, trying to throw shade. I get like the difference here is that there is a clear-cut person who's looking for their child, and there's clearly two other people that claiming they are, and their actions aren't matching. But not only their actions not matching, but the deception and the like I said, the manipulation, calling into shows, pretending you're a different voice and stuff like that, and then going, you guys are so lucky. It's just me, Christopher Proudfoot, calling into your show. You guys should be so honored. Heaven forbid that the internet wouldn't break without you, Christopher Proudfoot. But yeah, I still think that she will. Anyways, I think, as I said, I think this lady is very stable and wise. And I think that she just sees a lot of exactly what's going on. Not because you're looking to pick on Christopher and Katie. I mean, they themselves, their personalities, shine right through regardless. But it's not like you purposely, or at least I'm never purposely went out of my way to sit there and think badly of Christopher and Katie. They just managed to do that themselves throughout this entire case. And it was very clear to me that Seth Rogers was focused and has been focused on wanting to talk about his son, bringing awareness, constantly asking for help for people to keep his name out there, trying to provide good people around him. Tony Mathis is a support system for him. And even Tony Mathis, like he said, that he's about 17 grand deep in, helping Seth and that out. And if it wasn't for Seth, it would be somebody else that they would be doing something for and stuff like that. And for me, I'm like good on Seth, honestly, for getting rid of the garbage and just trying to put people around him that are for him, and not trying to play games and stuff like that. But by that time, Sharon, we're going to be off the air. Okay. I'm going to try to hit
Sonny,
Yeah.
something I noticed on this is, and I think you said it too, is Yada is pointing out the same red flags that we are. And in and of that self, it's not surprising. However, this is her family that is pointing out the exact same red flags that we've been pointing out.
Correct. Exactly. Melissa, I'm going to try to put it at 1.5, I meant, and then just see how that is. Because we're almost getting there.
Yeah, I mean, you're fairly emotional about this.
Only because it's, like I said, our family has gone through major rifts, some terrible things in the past. We really have. But we come back together. I would fight tooth and nail for my family. And I wish I was on your show right now fighting tooth and nail for my family. Now, this doxing and making up lies about my family, I will fight tooth and nail for my family. And I don't care what anybody says about me. I am just me. I'm just speaking for me. But I wish I could say there's absolutely no way she did anything. And that's what's killing me, is I can't say that. If I had different words, I would use them, I just wish everybody would just take a step back, read his name, just look at his name and only look at his name. Stop taking the low road. Stop being dirty, hateful, nasty, and read his name. And remember, he's somewhere out there. And he needs to be brought to where he's supposed to be. And nobody's going to find him calling people ugly names or accusing people of ugly things and doxing and bashing. That's not going to work.
Not going to bring him home.
No, it's not. And hating the father but not understanding that the father's trying and has tried to talk to the mother. There's silence on one side. Come together. Everybody, all these channels, all these creators, all these Facebook people, just stop the hate. Show some love. Say a prayer. Find him. Nobody's going to find him if everybody's just focused on hating each other and being ugly. And it's so disappointing. That day when you were in court and I was watching, I flipped it on and I think everybody had streamed court TV and they were like drooling. And I just turned it off. I was like, okay, this is the lowest anything could ever get. Nobody's talking about Sebastian. Nobody. No sense in even watching anything. Nobody is talking. First of all, there's no updates from any law enforcement. And I don't think there ever will be, other than maybe, hopefully, my hope came in when Dog and Nick joined in.
Yeah, I think they're a blessing because there's been so many people that have been praying for this case. And it's like, right from left field, they just swooped in. We got the 50,000 from FBI. And then the next thing we know, we got Dog and Nick. And I got to be honest with you, I was a little skeptical, but I welcome the support. I welcome their skill set. I welcome their the research team. I welcome their legal team. I mean, they just bring a lot to the table.
Just and I keep my ears open. I send messages to family members and see what comes back, and it's just casual. And I'm like, what? So don't think I'm not still digging. I will continue to dig. I will continue to hope. And the reason for my post, again, going back to that, is because I lost faith in a member of my family. And, we don't have to be close to be family. And just seeing it and doing my research and watching all the details and paying attention to the details and knowing that, okay, this doesn't make sense and that there's no way you did that. And you don't overstimulate a child and then she would go to bed. And I thought you slept with the dogs and you put the dogs up. You crated them. Wait, that's not what you said. And, and it was like a steady sinking into a hole. Because I truly came into this, I'm going to help Katie find that child. And it did not take me long to sink into the hole of, oh my gosh, she knows where he's at. I think she knows where he's at. And then it was like, oh my gosh, I hope it was an accident. But the more Chris talked, the more I felt I just need to focus on finding him. Because I don't think there's going to be anything from that side. And for everybody in the chat, focus on finding him. Don't focus on hating anybody. Just focus on loving that boy. Pray for his father. Pray for everybody involved. And pray for Sebastian.
Is there anything that you would like to, if you had an opportunity to say something to Seth, is there anything you would like to say to Seth?
Oh, now I'm going to cry. Wow. I cannot imagine what it would be like 24/7, wondering where your baby is. I know I wouldn't be sleeping. I probably wouldn't be eating. I would be wondering if they were eating. But take care of yourself, because when he is found, regardless, you will need your heart, body, and soul to take care of everything else. If you have got to have faith in God, love yourself, remember that sweet face, and dear God, don't give up. Don't give up your love and your hope. And no matter where he is, he knows you love him. He knows you. He knows his dad. Nothing will ever change that. But take care of yourself. You're no good to anybody if you can't take care of yourself too.
Yeah.
And I am praying for you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to ask the same thing. If you had an opportunity to say anything you'd like to Sebastian, what would that be?
Oh, sweet thing. If you are out there, Lord, let us know. Find somewhere to call. Call your daddy. Call your great grandma. And if something has happened to you, the great grandpa's up there. Just, you're loved by so many more than you could ever imagine. And we're praying for you.
Oh, man. You know what kind of got me? Well, a couple things there, but the one thing she just said was, and if you're up there, your grandpa's there. You know, I know that me and Melissa have different thoughts about Sebastian. She doesn't really think Sebastian's with us, whereas I'm still with Seth on this one, that Sebastian is out there somewhere. In this particular case, I know I'm going against the grain of salt, because we usually know that the outcomes of something like this is usually a bad outcome. I mean, bless this lady for such nice words for Seth and Sebastian. And I truly hope that Sebastian is somewhere that basically he was handed off to somebody and stuff like this. But yeah, it's like just things like this just tug at your heart, because like I said, you watch Seth in his interviews, and just like on the Lore Lodge, he had to get up, because for him, he's living a nightmare, with his child, his only child. And I just can't see how people can be so heartless to Seth, who's literally doing everything in his power, to try to not only financially, but spending every minute of his time thinking about what happened to his son. Anyway, Melissa, you want to say something there?
I mean, I'm trying to keep the faith that Sebastian is alive and that he is out there. And I think what gets me is, well, one, statistics, but, I just have this overwhelming feeling that we would have heard from him or he would have been seen. But then again, I go back to trying to keep the faith because, the last couple weeks I've gotten more faith that maybe he's just being hid out somewhere by her family, by somebody in her family. But, my prayers go to Seth, whether, feelings or not, parent to parent for Seth, my prayers just go out for him and what he's going through, because it's not easy. And it can't be, we're coming up on a year and it's rough when you start missing the sound. You always miss the sound of their voice, but slowly that voice gets, fades away and you just want to hear from them and see them,
Yeah. It's the worst imaginable pain that you could bestow upon any parent. It truly is, right? If you literally just take yourself and put yourself, if something like this happened to your child and you had no clue, there's nothing to show that he left that home, nothing at all. And that this man has to every day sit here and wake up, and each and every day that his son is not with him. I truly pray that Sebastian is somewhere. I can't say that enough.
And like I've said before,
Dog
having
lover.
a missing child is a horrible pain. Having a child that's been unalived or taken their own life is a different kind of pain. But at least if you have your child and they're not alive anymore and you've had a burial, you know where that child is. So not knowing where your child is a deeper pain than knowing, even though it's the worst outcome.
Absolutely. Yeah. On there. And too, I mean, obviously if it stands out to her, Shirley, right? If that stands out to her, because she knows her family. So it does make you wonder, right? Because if Sebastian is anywhere, to be honest, I don't believe it's with the Bowersock side. If Sebastian's anywhere, I believe it's with Katie's side, to be
I
honest with
agree.
you. And the reason why I don't feel the Bowersocks, why? You think Chris is going to be like, how's this little shit? I can't see Mr. Lovable Christopher Proudfoot being like, come on, family, take on this challenge of a kid. I can see Katie's side doing that. But anyway, let's play out the little bit
The
of
Bowersock didn't want Sebastian any more than Chris did.
Well, again, if we listen to what the neighbor Matt said, or what that, it's like kept calling him an R-tard and different stuff like that, right? Basically calling him an idiot. Like I said, when Matt said that the whole damn family is a bunch of narcissistic people, it's true. That's exactly what I smell whenever I look at them. Terry Bowersocks, again, Christopher Proudfoot, like it's almost like I said, just a bunch of narcissistic personalities. And when you see what they've done, and then they're like, this is the joke of it, right? Again, it's like they're trying to spit shine shit about how they are as people. And when you seen Terry Bowersox get out of the vehicle, Bowersocks, whatever, get out of the vehicle to JLR and stuff like that, again, that's just trying to show the dominance, like to JLR, like what do you want? I'm not scared of you. Like, what do you want? Type of thing. And it's just, those personalities. So when Matt said that about them all, I'm just like, well, I'm pretty sure you're right on point there, Matt. Oh, Miss Dog Lover. God, she's so full of shit too. You can't trust her. Can't trust the dog lover. You should be able to. But let's just
And
put it
green's my
out.
favorite color too.
Aw.
Green's her favorite color too, she said there.
I know this has been very hard for you. Like I said, I knew that this was going to be hard coming into this. You and I have, discussed this.
Oh my God.
Is there anything that I didn't cover? Is there anything that you would like to get off your chest about this case or about something else that I just didn't ask you or anything?
I'm sure there's plenty, but like I said, I didn't post that expecting it to go so crazy wild,
Yeah.
but I am glad I did it. I just want people to take the focus off of themselves and to realize this isn't about old fights, new fights, bickering, whatever. It's about finding the sweet boy. And, I always thought respect was out there. And I've seen so much disrespect since March and unwarranted disrespect. But I've also seen so much love from so many people that if we could just keep that love growing and keep looking and support Dog, support Nick, support Betty, I support you, Betty. I'm going to say that loud and clear. I have watched this from the beginning, and everything has just angered me and nobody is trying to take his name out of other people's mouths, but they're sure trying to take it out of yours.
Mhm.
And his name should be in everybody's mouth, everywhere. His picture should be in everybody's mind, everywhere. It should be ingrained. It should be posted everywhere. He's missing. And he needs to come home. And that's all that matters. And
So
that's
I
why
did
I'm
want to let you know that the chat is really rooting for you.
Oh.
Yes, they stand behind you. They just wanted Ginger Girl says, please let her know the chat supports her. We admire her strength in speaking out. Dear Sebastian, we love you and can't wait to find you. Know that you matter and have a place in this world. And then we have, I can't ask that question, Justin. Justin has a question. I can't ask that question at the time being, but
I can see it on there, and I'm not going to even answer that question.
oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I hit a button on my mouse and it took me all the way back.
Oh, that's okay. But I saw that question, and I was saying I'm not even going to answer that question.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Sorry
No.
about that. And then I got back in here and I hit the same button on my mouse again. It took me back out. So
Yeah.
never had that happen before. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Yada, I'm glad that you came here, and I thought you handled this with love. You have things that are bothering you and that are inside, and I think you handled it.
Okay. I think we're going to stop that there now because that's really the gist of it. And so, as a whole, what did you think of that interview? Did you find it, like I said, added more insight when she basically said Katie's fake tears and stuff like that? What did you think of that interview?
Yeah, I think there's a lot that she said that was interesting, especially with the fake tears and the family going silent. And I think that she is kind of along the same lines that we are.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Now, I know Bullhorn Betty, she has a live tomorrow. And what time is it at, actually? 1 second here. Bullhorn, because I know she's got an exclusive interview, and I'm not really sure who this exclusive interview is with. What's live? 1 second. Exclusive interview to shed some insight on the Sebastian Rogers case. It's at 5 p.m. my time. So that would be like 8 p.m. your time. So that will be curious to see who's joining on that one. Who knows?
I'm so skeptical when they say exclusive this and exclusive that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think exclusive is a little overused on YouTube right now.
I was gonna say, like, meaning I don't mind it being used if, like if you do have an exclusive interview with somebody. I think it's more the one that bothers me more is the breaking news of stuff, as like, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. Sometimes it's like, really, you're calling this breaking news, and it's like nothing burgers, but it's breaking news, and it's when they over embellish. But whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like I'm not here. Like, I'm not their judge and jury on what stuff that they want to do. I just know what I think personally. When people try to get someone to their live because they can't just do it on just regular merit of being a good content creator, that they need to really puff up with these little emoticons and stuff like that. But by the same token, who am I to preach what other channels do either? And again, if you want to be a shit channel, low life, go right for it. If you want to be an awesome, amazing channel, by all the, I mean, obviously, those are the channels that I personally respect myself. But each to their own. Thank you in shape of a heart. Great live tonight. My pillow's calling me. It's 1:30 a.m. I know I'm 10:30 here in Pacific time, Vancouver, Canada here myself. And I know that, of course, Melissa's Indiana time, 3 hours. I just want to hear more about the
almost
butthole
1:30.
wedding doing JLR. I see.
I don't want to hear about JLR and Bullhorn Betty.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna block that person because they come in with a comment like that. I don't got the time or day for you losers, to be honest with you. But I am gonna play this quickly again, just because it's so cute. I know Jennifer Coffindaffer had put it up on her Twitter.
You're so goofy.
He's typically a very, very. No, I don't want to see that, but I do like the.
You're so goofy.
It's really one of those moments where, you don't really hear his voice, and I'm sure this, like for Seth to even see something like this, just has to be a nightmare. That it's like this was your child that was there one day, and gone the next. So with that
I
being
have to
said,
disagree with that.
What?
Because with that, this would tear Seth up. In a way, yes, it does. But I know for me, like when I look back at videos and stuff, and I just come across one the other day of Nick, hearing his voice and seeing the smiles and stuff like that, it's almost therapeutic.
I agree.
It's good to hear.
In your home, I agree. Looking at videos of your child, I agree that way. But if you're watching a live and you're not expecting it, and then you see it, it must be hard. Versus what you're talking about, because I agree from your standpoint for that part of it for sure. Because I know, like, for me, like my sister, for instance, has the recording, my mom's last recording, where my mom left a message, right? And it was her comfort to go to. So I absolutely get that side of it. I guess it's just like I said, what I just said, when you're not really prepared, and then all of a sudden you see a little clip of your boy that you weren't planning on seeing or something like that. I think it's a little bit more difficult. When all of a
Oh
sudden
yeah,
it's
that's
like,
definitely when it hits you.
yeah,
When you're
on
not
there.
expecting it.
Yeah. Okay. Miss Dog Lover, I know you're still here. Thank you again for your super stickers. Spirit Seeker Squad, thank you for becoming a member. again, you guys, members can use the Sebastian hearts going on out there in the if you're a member. That was the one. You know what I want to do actually, Melissa? I would love it if whoever watches this live, that on the 25th, and if not sooner, but on the 25th, the day that Sebastian was last ever seen, if in your avatar that you will put Sebastian's face, some sort of avatar depicting Sebastian. I'm going to personally create one myself. That's the round circle one for it. But in support of Sebastian, you know, and him missing. So that's going to be like a little my challenge to you guys. If on the 25th, if anyone that sees this, watches this, or passes it along, please put Sebastian's face in your avatar for the support and love of Sebastian Rogers' case and in honor of Sebastian Rogers. Do you think that's a good idea? I do.
Yeah, that's definitely something that should be done.
Yeah, you know. So with that being said, I want to thank Melissa. And Melissa, what's your last words for tonight's live?
I just, you know, my prayers go out to Seth. My prayers go out to Sebastian, and you know, I pray that he's being held somewhere, being kept somewhere, and I pray that he comes home soon. Just
absolutely,
you know,
I would jump over the moon if I could, if that was the case here. I would love for that to happen. I would love for this case to come to just a beautiful closure like that, instead of the worst case scenario closures that typically happen in cases. And I really pray so hard for answers to come soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pray for the best case scenario and hope for the best case scenario and just have faith, because
yeah,
I mean, I know I lost it for a while, but I'm getting it back, that he's being held somewhere, aka the Katie Proudfoot side of the family. But
yeah,
hopefully we can have a resolution soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe on the 25th. That's okay. 25th is Tuesday. I think I work 8:30 to 4:30 that day. It was supposed to be nights, but then my friend, fellow agent, she switched with me. So she took away most of my night shifts for the next couple weeks on there. But I think on the 25th, we'll try to get Seth's Cash App or something. And maybe we'll try to raise some money for Seth and his ongoing efforts in support of helping him financially look for his child, you know, again, just about love. So then two things we'll try to raise some money for Seth on the 25th. I know that, like I said, it's a smaller channel here, but appreciate any help I'm sure that he can get. And if you guys can put your avatars, put Sebastian's face in those ones, that would be an awesome thing as well. Just spread our love. You guys are invested in this case as well, or else you wouldn't be here. So show your love and support for Seth and Sebastian. Not that you shouldn't anyway, but on the 25th, we'll mark 1 year for that, of course. So with that being said, you guys, we're going to play out the outro for Sebastian there. Just we're not going to play the full thing, but thank you guys for all being here. Thank you for the likes. Thank you guys, because hold on, my bad. Sorry, you guys. The poll, it says what has upset you the most about Sebastian Rogers' case? So the top one was 41% saying Sebastian being lost in all the drama. The second one was LE didn't do their job properly, 35%. 20% said lack of effort from the Proud Feet, and the 3% was PD and Seth not working together. Okay, so that just kind of shows you really where that was at, and that was based on 251 votes for that. So again, thank you guys truly for coming in here, coming to watch this channel, coming to support Sebastian, giving us the likes, putting us out into the algorithm. There's 152 likes. Again, you know, I'm lucky if we can get 100 half the time. So thank you guys so much. So whoever does see this, please give a like and a share. Keep Sebastian's case out there. Keep his name out there. Keep Sebastian's hopes and prayers alive for Seth and all the loving people that really miss Sebastian Rogers and his green tea. And with that being said, we're just going to play our outro, okay? Is that okay, Melissa?
Yep, let's get her done.
Let's get her done.